Chapter 1. Love is the superstition of the right time and right place. So you're here too, preface. Lin Che got up from the bed in a daze. Her head was so heavy that it didn't feel like it belonged to her. The luxurious bedsheets that her palms touched were not the ones that she usually washed and had become old. The lamp above her head was also not the half-broken energy-saving lamp that she was used to seeing. Her body ached as if it had just been torn by something. When she raised her wrist, the bruises on it were clear and distinct. This isn't a dream, right? She covered her mouth to prevent herself from screaming. She lifted the quilt and saw her naked body under it. Her scream almost rushed out of her throat. Lin Che's lively eyes darted around twice. She decisively lifted the quilt and got out of bed to tidy up her messy clothes. She casually put them on and ran out without looking back. Suddenly, the back of her neck was strangled by someone. "Aw. Let go of me, let go." Lin Che struggled with her hands and feet. The man's big hand grabbed her neck and effortlessly pulled her back to the bed. Lin Che was dizzy from the fall, but when she raised her head and saw the man in front of her, she couldn't help but be stunned. Her infatuated eyes were fixed on his beautiful face, unable to move away even if she wanted to. Such a handsome man, his pair of deep eyes seemed to have an innate arrogance. His cheeks were as cold as ice, and his straight nose was high on his fair face. His skin was as white as jade. Even a woman like her who thought that her skin was not bad felt envious and jealous. She had seen a lot of men, but those men who were called Prince Charming all paled in comparison to him. This was the man who used half the night to torment her half to death yesterday. "Who sent you here? How dare you drug me? Do you think you can leave here unscathed after doing such a thing?" He looked at the dazed woman, and anger flashed in his deep eyes. This strange woman had skin whiter than snow, a small face, and a pair of lively big eyes. Her eyelashes fluttered like a frightened deer, and she stared at him with her big eyes, unwilling to show weakness. Gu Jingzi fixed his gaze on her, and saw that Lin Che's eyes were once again spinning rapidly along with her brain. She was just an 8th-tier celebrity. Today, she finally found out that Gu Jingyu, an 8th-tier celebrity, was here. Therefore, she bought some ingredients that could make people confused and put them in his water. She thought it would be able to make him fall for her. However, she was attracted to the wrong person. Although the person in front of her was so handsome that it made people dizzy, it was obvious that he wasn't the super A-list celebrity, Gu Jingyu. This time, he once again roughly grabbed her by the arm. When she fell to the ground, she even rolled around awkwardly before coming to a stop. "You, what are you doing? I was the one who drugged him. Why am I still lying here? You must be mistaken. I'm the one who's suffered the most damage." Her butt hurt from the fall, her hands hurt, and the pain down there was something she could not ignore. In a fit of anger, she shouted, "I wanted to drug someone else, it has nothing to do with you. Do you think you're worth me drugging you? I don't do it for no reason. Pay me back for the drug." She drugged the wrong person. Gu Jingzi's cheeks tightened. His eyebrows furrowed. His dark eyes were like a dormant beast as he stared at the woman in disheveled clothes. Half of her pure white shoulder was exposed. The purplish-red marks on it were clear and eye-catching. It looked like plum blossoms had bloomed on her fair skin. The scenes from that night flashed through his mind again. His lower abdomen suddenly heated up. He felt the obvious heat surging through his body again. He moved his gaze away from her face. This damned woman. She dared to drug him, and the effects of the drug were so strong. Oh. His eyes momentarily opened, giving Lin Che the opportunity to jump off the bed. She pushed the man away forcefully. She didn't dare to look back and quickly ran out of the room. Hearing him hiss, she shouted, "What are you looking at? Go and look at yourself. You." Gu Jingze was just about to turn around to grab her, but he felt a burst of unbearable pain in his body. His lower abdomen was already uncontrollably raised again. Damn it, he cursed. He clenched his fists to suppress that damned desire. A series of sounds came from outside. Qin Hao turned around to look. He was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. What was that situation just now? Why did a woman in disheveled clothes run out of Sir's room? Sir, second young master called you to ask if you were satisfied with the room. However, you went to sleep when you came back at night, so this subordinate didn't disturb you. The itinerary assistant informed Mr. President of your itinerary. He is waiting for you at the presidential palace. Shut up. He raised his sharp eyes. His black pupils flashed, making Qin Hao hurriedly swallow all the doubts he shouldn't have into his stomach. Gu Jingze kept scrubbing his body in the bathroom until his skin turned pink. Then he cursed in front of the mirror, fuck. Sir, madam is here. Qin Hao softly reminded him from outside. He could hear the nervousness in his voice. Gu Jingze stared blankly. At this time, his mother actually came over. He knew it couldn't be a good thing. When the bathroom door opened, the beautiful madam stood outside and looked at the mess on the bed in surprise. Those beds that hadn't been tidied up clearly told everyone in front of her what happened last night. Gu Jingze's black eyes darkened. He pulled the bathrobe with one hand and draped it over his honey-colored shoulders. I know what you want to ask, but mother, I'm very busy today. How could Mu Wanqing not ask? The excitement on her face was hard to hide. Looking at Gu Jingze, she pointed to the bed and said, Jingze, I already know that you had sex with a girl. Gu Jingze pushed the door open and said coldly to Mu Wanqing, don't worry about this, okay? How can I not care? Jingze, you have to marry her. You have to take responsibility for that girl. He knew it, mother, I won't marry her. I'm not crazy. She's just a stranger. I don't even know her name. Her name is Lin Che. She's 23 years old, the illegitimate daughter of the Lin family of Lin Group. She has 2 older sisters and a younger brother. Her mother died early and her father doesn't seem to love her. She lives in the Lin family, but she doesn't have the support of the Lin family's fund. Mother. Gu Jingze stood there. As he thought of that woman, his expression became even more upset. Don't tell me you're still thinking about that Imo Huiling. Let me tell you, it's impossible for you to be with her. You've been with her for so many years, but you still can't touch her. You two are destined not to be together. Mu Wanqing said bluntly. Mother, that's enough. Gu Jingze wanted to interrupt Mu Wanqing. However, Mu Wanqing was very excited. Jingze, you know your illness. You can't touch a woman at all. The family has almost prepared artificial insemination for you to get a child. However, you touched a woman today, which means that she's the most suitable partner for you. Chapter 2. Mother, she used a crooked method. It's not that my illness has improved. Gu Jingze's eyes darkened again as he spoke. Mu Wanqing looked at him. Haven't I used it on you? But when did you manage to do it? Every time, I had to call the doctor to deal with it. I was tormented to death, but you actually touched her. And according to your subordinates, you were very satisfied with her and did it more than once in one night. Gu Jingze pressed his fist tightly on the tempered glass table. Maybe the medicine is different this time. Anyway, I won't marry this immoral crazy woman. Mother, you'd better give up this idea as soon as possible. Lin Che walked on the street and looked at her messy body. She cursed in annoyance. That damned medicine seller. When she took out the money, she felt that there was something wrong with him. She only said that she wanted medicine that could make people sleep, but she didn't say that she wanted this kind of medicine. Look at what that man did after taking the medicine. Thinking back, she still felt pain all over her body. The tearing pain reminded her of everything that had happened that night. That damned man had tortured her several times that night. In the end, she had fainted and lost her memory. The only thing she remembered was that before, Lin Che, look at what you are. Why are you still in the entertainment industry? Why don't you listen to Auntie and find a decent family for you to live your life in? An illegitimate child of an outsider will always be an illegitimate child. It's hard for him to live a decent life. Lin Che, your aunt is doing this for your own good. Your sister, Lin Li, is a big star now, and your second sister is a big producer. You're still a small star after so many years. What's there for you to do? Xiao Che, the role in the company has already been decided. We don't think your image is suitable. She smiled bitterly. If they hadn't pushed her too hard, she wouldn't have thought of such a sinister method. She just wanted to live, but now, Lin Che rushed to the company. No matter what happened, she didn't forget that she had an audition today. Yu Minmin glared at her when she saw her come in. You can still come. I thought you didn't care about this audition. Sorry, Sister Yu, I'm late. Lin Che hurriedly covered his messy clothes. Yu Minmin saw the marks on her neck and looked down at her clothes. She tugged on Lin Che's collar and said, "We're going to meet the director soon. I don't care about your personal life, but if you still want this role, you better think of a way to clean yourself up so that you don't look like a prostitute." Lin Che lowered his head to take a look, only then did he realize that the marks on his body were too obvious, too ambiguous. That damned man, he was simply a beast. Lin Che hurriedly lowered his head and apologized. He tugged at his clothes and ran to the washroom. Lin Che thought that she had died in the hands of that man. It was all his fault. The phone rang at this moment. Exasperated, Lin Che picked up the phone. Hello. Lin Che, where did you go last night? Lin Yukai sounded angry on the phone. Lin Yukai wouldn't call her easily unless there was something important. He, as a father, had been dispensable for many years. However, she couldn't really pretend that he didn't exist. After all, Lin Che still had to live in the Lin family. Lin Che thought of what happened last night and felt a little guilty. I had something to do tonight. I don't care what you have to do. Your sister, Lin Li, is discussing the engagement at home today. How dare you stay out all night? Lin Yukai scolded. Yes, Lin Li was getting engaged, but what did it have to do with her? Lin Che listened to her father's anger calmly. She didn't feel sad at all. After all these years, she had long gotten used to all kinds of shouting from him. Go home now. I don't care what you have to do. If I find that you're not here, I'll dig out your mother's urn from the Lin family's ancestral grave and throw it into the sea. You'll never see her bones again. With that, Lin Yukai hung up. The Lin family. Han Kaiying saw Lin Yukai put down the phone and quickly went over to ask, is she coming back? Lin Yukai said, yes, she's coming back. Han Kaiying caressed Lin Yotsai's chest fawningly. Master, you have to talk to her and get her to agree to this marriage. The Qing family suddenly came to propose and I was really scared. I can't let Lin Yu marry them. Lin Yu is such an outstanding girl. She's beautiful and sensible. How can she marry that idiot from the Qing family? I heard that that idiot can't even control his bladder when he pees. Aren't they asking our Lin Yu to be a servant? This Lin Che is your child with an outsider. If she doesn't go, who else will? Don't worry. Lin Yukai said, I don't want Lin Yu to suffer either. However, Lin Che is also my daughter. Okay. So what you're saying is that you're going to let Lin Yu clean up someone else's feces for Lin Che. Lin Yu Kai, you're too heartless. Back then, when you had a daughter with someone else, I let her stay in the Lin family and raised her. Did you think it was easy for me? Now that she's grown up, you won't even allow her to help me with such a small matter. Look at her, if she marries into the Qing family, she'll be living a luxurious life. It'll be her honor. All right. Seeing Han Kaiying bringing up the old matter and nagging endlessly, Lin Yu Kai hurriedly stopped her. Let her go. Just let her go. Lin Yu Kai hesitated. But after thinking about it, who else could he let go if not Lin Che? He couldn't afford to offend the Qing family. Although their son was an idiot, they were still rich. Letting Lin Che marry into the Qing family wouldn't be a bad deal. Just then, the nanny outside called out, "Master, Madam, third miss is back." The nanny said to her, "Master and Madam are waiting for you inside. Eldest miss is going to discuss the engagement today. The son-in-law is also here." Lin Che looked at the nanny in surprise. Ching is here. The nanny said, "Yeah, I just went in and you guys are here." Lin Che was elated and ran in. But he suddenly stopped. Inside, Ching was standing in the doorway with Lin Li. They were leaning against each other intimately, their lips almost touching. They looked so intimate that no one could disturb them. Lin Che stood there, forgetting to move away. Just as Lin Che was about to turn around, he felt a slap on his face. Lin Che's face was burning from the slap and he almost fell to the ground. Han Kaiying grabbed him and dragged him inside. After closing the door, Han Kaiying turned around and glared at Lin Che with widened eyes. She pointed a finger at Lin Che and said, "Shameless little slut, don't think I didn't see what you were doing. That's your brother-in-law. How shameless can you be? How dare you seduce your brother-in-law?" Lin Che stood there and covered her burning face. She sneered at Han Kaiying and said, "Auntie, if I really wanted to seduce him, I wouldn't have stood there and watched." Chapter 3. You. Han Kaiying was so angry that she felt like her lungs were about to explode. Seeing that Lin Che was about to leave, she grabbed his shoulder again and pushed him to the ground. "Why don't you take a good look at what you are? We've already been kind enough to not let you die outside with that crazy mother of yours. How dare you talk back to me now? So what if I hit you?" However, the obvious marks on Lin Che's neck appeared in front of her again. They were so clear that they were dazzling. Han Kaiying yelled crazily as if she had made a big discovery. "Okay, Lin Che, I know you have bad intentions in our Lin family. Just like your mother, you know how to hook up with people everywhere. If you want to hook up with someone, go somewhere else. Don't come to our house and embarrass yourself. Qing is the heir of the Qin family. How can a slut like you deserve her? He won't even look at you." Lin Che didn't feel sad because she hit him, but because of what she said, he couldn't help but feel hurt. Lin Che laughed and snorted. He pulled up his clothes and covered his shoulders. He patted his clothes nonchalantly and said, "Since you think I'm not good enough for him and he won't even look at me, then why are you so nervous?" Han Kaiying heard some noise outside. Qing was talking to Lin Li, and their laughter made her a little nervous. She was worried that they would find out. Han Kaiying lowered her voice and got close to Lin Che. She threatened, "Don't play tricks." She thought for a moment. The Qing family will be here in a while with their second son, Qing Tianyu. Don't say that I'm not thinking of you. You should meet him properly. The Qing family is a respectable family in Country C. If you marry them, you'll be able to enjoy endless blessings. Lin Che's eyes moved. How could she not know who the second son of the Qing family was? "Auntie, you want me to marry a fool?" And he said that he was thinking about her. Lin Che yelled in disbelief. What's wrong? You don't want to. If you want to marry me yourself. I'm not a puppet for you to use. Lin Che quickly opened the door. Seeing that, Han Kaiying desperately pulled him back. At this moment, Lin Che didn't care about anything else. He turned around and pushed Han Kaiying away. Lin Che, if you dare to leave, I'll really get your father to throw your mother's ashes out. Han Kaiying fell to the ground in a sorry state and shouted in exasperation. Lin Che disregarded everything and ran out. Right then, Gu Jingze was soon called back to the Gu mansion. As expected, this matter was quickly reported to the head of the Gu family, his grandfather, Gu Xianda. Gu Jingze still insisted on his opinion. He looked at Gu Xianda in front of him and said, Grandfather, Mother doesn't understand at all. She and I didn't have free will. It was just an accident. Jingze, why are you so stubborn? Think about it. Is marrying her so unbearable? You just touched her. Don't you miss that feeling at all? I don't. Gu Jingze said. Jingze, I'm really disappointed in you. The calm and old Gu Xianda looked at Gu Jingze coldly with an imposing manner. Gu Jingze glared at Mu Wanqing. However, Mu Wanqing looked as if it was a matter of course. Our Gu family is not an irresponsible family. Moreover, not only is she the key to your normal marriage, but she is also the key to curing your illness. You should be more rational. Moreover, you did touch her girl. You can't just forget about it, Gu Xianda said. Gu Jingze looked at his grandfather who was already old. But I don't even know her. Grandfather, you want me to marry someone I don't know? How can I agree? Then if I say that you don't get married, I'll let that little lover of yours, what's her name again? Mo Huiling, I'll let her lose her career and live a life worse than death. Gu Xianda and Gu Jingze's eyes were surprisingly similar. When they were threatening, their gazes were indifferent, but there was a hint of coldness in their eyes. Gu Jingze said, You know I won't let you do that. Gu Xian said, I know, your wings have hardened and I can't control you anymore. You three brothers are all amazing, one by one. One became the president, one became an actor, and there's you. You've always done things calmly, but you have a rebellious nature. However, I can't touch you, but I won't be unable to torture a little girl. You can try with me. Disgust flashed in Gu Jingze's eyes, but it turned into a ray of light. Lin Che had only run a few steps when he saw a few cars driving over with a loud clatter. It was the Lin family. Lin Che wanted to leave, but he saw that the Lin family seemed to be taking this seriously this time. Almost all of them were out, and soon, they surrounded Lin Che. Little girl, Auntie is doing this for your own good, yet you still run away. You guys go and catch him for me. Lin Che looked at Han Kaiying, wanting to rush over and slap her. But she was still alone, and she couldn't compete with these people in numbers. Lin Che was tied up and brought back to the Lin family. While the makeup artist was helping her with her makeup, Han Kaiying stared at Lin Che viciously and scolded him smugly, Do you think you can escape from my grasp? You're going to dress up and meet Qing Tianyu later. Lin Che clenched her teeth and struggled, but she couldn't break free. Han Kaiying looked at Lin Che, who was dressed up. This little girl was really pretty when she was dressed up. Her little face was enough to make any man worry about her. She thought that she really had to marry Lin Li into the Qing family as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Qing really fell in love with her, then Lin Li's status would be at risk. Someone outside said that Qing Tianyu was here. Under Han Kaiying's command, she immediately had someone untie Lin Che. Lin Che was brought to the front. Through the door, she could hear the loud voices of the Qing family. We all know that your third miss is an illegitimate daughter. She's not good enough for Tianyu, but she looks good in her photo. After marrying into the family, as long as she can continue the Qing family line, she'll have a lot of benefits in the future. Give birth to a child. Lin Che sneered. Was she being used as a tool for reproduction? Lin Che saw a man who was about 1.6 meters tall standing there. He was trembling and shaking his head as he looked around. He looked like a sloppy child as he ate his own fingers. Han Kaiying said with a smile, "Did you see that, Lin Che? That's your future husband. You'll be able to enjoy your happy life soon." Lin Che could hear the smugness and sneer in Han Kaiying's voice. Just then, Qing Tianyu suddenly went crazy. He cried and threw himself at the people around him. The people inside were instantly in a mess. The Qing family, the Lin family, they were all surrounding the fool. Han Kaiying was shocked. Looking at the fool bumping around, she was so disgusted that she almost vomited. She was glad that it was Lin Che who was going to marry into the Qing family and not Lin Yu. Otherwise, she would really be angry. Just then, she turned around and suddenly realized that there was no one beside her. Lin Che, where did Lin Che go? Go after him. If you catch him, beat him to death. Han Kaiying's expression changed and her face became twisted. Lin Che didn't know how she ran away. She only knew that when she was alone, she ran so hard that her lungs were about to explode. Just then, she saw a car parked leisurely beside her. Lin Che's little face froze. She saw Gu Jing's arrogant face behind the car window. Chapter 4. The man said coldly, "We need to have a good talk." Lin Che raised her head suspiciously. "How did you find me?" She got into his car and looked at his perfect side profile. She felt that she was really beautiful, but it was a pity that she wasn't as good as he was. He didn't look at her. He looked to the side and said, "How much money do you want to marry me?" What? Did she hear wrongly? He said, "Since we've already done something irreversible, I'm responsible for you by getting married." Haha, there's no need for that. Lin Che felt that he was joking. He turned his head as if he could read her thoughts. "I'm not joking. I need to marry you. If you agree, we can sign the papers and get married now. I also advise you to seize this rare opportunity." Lin Che laughed speechlessly. He made it sound as if it was an honor to marry him. He wasn't his younger brother, Gu Jingyu. If she could marry Gu Jingyu, she would definitely struggle less for 10 years. She would become a household name immediately. "What's in it for me to marry you?" Lin Che said. Gu Jingzi felt disgusted by the look in her eyes. "As my wife, all your expenses can be put under my name. I can also provide a place for you to stay. If you have a boyfriend or someone you like, as long as you agree, I promise to give you the compensation you deserve after the divorce. No man will have the capital to despise you. Besides, I can also help you deal with some of your troubles. Believe me, this marriage will only bring you benefits. You won't regret it." Gu Jingzi felt disgusted when he saw Gu Jingzi's expression. Lin Che felt that it was more like a joke after hearing the first part of his words. However, the last condition made her feel a little tempted. Yeah, if they got married, she wouldn't have to return to the Lin family and marry the idiot from the Qing family. But could he really help her? "You mean that we'll still divorce in the future, right?" Lin Che asked. She was thinking about divorce now. But it was true. Since it was a marriage of benefits, it was right to consider the benefits from the beginning. Gu Jingzi nodded. "Yes. When I decide to get a divorce, you need to cooperate with me. I'll find a reasonable excuse that won't hurt our reputations. However, I have to remind you that we'll sign a prenuptial agreement. You don't have to covet other benefits. Hey, you're really rude. Who's coveting your other benefits? Lin Che said, unable to bear it any longer. Gu Jingze opened the door of the Porsche. We're not going to grow old together. We don't need to be polite in our marriage. But are you sure that we really want to get married? You should know that I've only just met you, and I don't understand you at all. Lin Che still had some doubts. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and said, what else do you want to know? I've studied every part of your body. You. Lin Che's face reddened as he recalled what had happened that night. It wasn't my fault alone. I've already explained everything. After all, she was still a girl. She glared at Gu Jingze angrily. Looking at his cold face, she gritted her teeth angrily. Gu Jingze turned around and said, all right, I won't bring this up again. I also promise you that marriage is the result of careful consideration. Since you're my wife, I'll respect you and try my best to make our lives more comfortable. I'm not going to cheat you into getting married. Since I've decided to get married, I'll treat it seriously. Gu Jingze's cold face, elegant posture, and aloof temperament made people like him very much. Perhaps because of this, Lin Che actually felt that there was nothing wrong with marrying him. She nodded silently. Gu Jingze took a deep breath and quietly waved his hand to get someone to start the car. The marriage contract was signed very quickly. A loveless marriage was as simple as a contract. Outside, the chauffeur got out of the black Porsche MPV respectfully and took Lin Che's bag. He lowered his head and said warmly, Madam, please get in the car. Lin Che nodded. She was still not used to being called Madam. On the other side, the man, who had been expressionless from the beginning, also walked past Lin Che and to the side of the car. There was no doubt that her husband was a man so handsome that it made people feel indignant. He had a face that could turn all living things upside down, a high nose bridge, deep and indifferent eyes, and under his thick hair, his fair cheeks did not have the slightest hint of femininity. His tall figure had an irresistible sexy charm. Gu Jingze turned around and looked at Lin Che. His voice was calm and light. I've already told my family clearly that there won't be a wedding. That's for the best. It's not a secret marriage, and I don't want things to get out of hand, Lin Che said. Gu Jingze heard that and sneered. After all, you married me through improper means. If people find out, it'll only make things worse. Hey, Gu Jingze. I've said it before, it was just an accident. Lin Che's calm face darkened. She felt guilty when she mentioned it because she had accidentally caused it. However, it was their fault. How could she be the only one to blame? Gu Jingze took a deep breath. He knew that he had gone overboard. He had already said before that he wouldn't mention it again. I'm sorry. He looked at Lin Che's slightly red face. I apologize to you. We've signed an agreement, and we won't mention it again. I was impulsive just now. However, you have to know that I didn't want to get married. I have a woman I love. Hearing his sincere voice, Lin Che raised her head and looked at his side profile. Actually, he was quite pitiful. Because of her mistake, he was forced to marry a stranger. Thinking of this, she calmed down. It's okay, I can understand. We just got married and will have to live together in the future. We can't avoid getting used to each other. Yes, I'll get used to it as soon as possible. I hope you can do everything according to the contract. Don't worry, I'm a professional actor. I'll treat our contract very seriously. I'll be affectionate with you in front of the Gu family and play my role well. I also hope that you can abide by the contract. We're just pretending to be married and don't have any contact with each other, Lin Che raised his head and said. Of course, but you have to know that we have to live together so that our family won't suspect us. Okay, I said I'll cooperate with you, as long as you don't disturb me. Don't worry, I've never been interested in uneducated, impolite women like you. Gu Jingze glanced at her face and said. Ha, that's great. I'm also not interested in a man like you who only knows how to use brute force in bed. Lin Che said, unwilling to be outdone. You. Gu Jingze's handsome face darkened. He glared at Lin Che with anger in his eyes. How could he ridicule them in bed? Chapter 5. What about me? I was telling the truth and you were the one who said it first. Lin Che glared at him with his crescent eyes. Okay, I apologize. It's my fault. I shouldn't have said that, Gu Jingze said as he tugged at his clothes. Lin Che nodded. I accept your apology. I won't touch you in the future anyway. I won't mention your skills again. Gu Jingze's face darkened. It took a lot of effort for him not to lose his temper again. He said, when we live together, we might be like a normal married couple and share a bedroom. This is to prevent the gossip from spreading to the Gu family and it will be difficult for us. I respect your other freedom. You can make friends and have your own private life. I won't interfere as long as it doesn't harm my reputation. Don't worry. I'm a professional person. Since I'm married to you, I won't let anyone know that I'm dating another man. We'll get divorced in a few years anyway. I can hold it in for the next few years. Alright, then it's a deal. Deal. Of course, although they were married, in essence, they were no different from two strangers with a marriage certificate. Gu Jingze seemed to have completed a mission. He didn't look at his new wife anymore and waved at the people following behind him. Lin Che followed Gu Jingze through the chaos and arrived at a courtyard. A 3-story villa was quietly arranged in the courtyard. The person inside smiled at Lin Che who got out of the car. He lowered his head and looked very respectful. Madam, you can call me housekeeper Hu. Oh. Lin Che looked inside blankly. The courtyard was wide, the road was straight, and the lawn was green. It was so big that he couldn't see the end of it. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. You'll live here with me from now on. Oh, you'll live here too. Yes. Otherwise, are you going to separate from me right after we got married? Gu Jingze looked at her and said. No, I just want to confirm, Lin Che looked up and said. Gu Jingze looked at her. My parents don't usually come here. You can use the servants at home. If you don't like the decorations, you can tell housekeeper Hu. You can do whatever you want except for my bedroom and study. That would be so embarrassing. Lin Che hurriedly said, No, I'm not dissatisfied with this place. It's too troublesome to renovate. Gu Jingze stopped and looked at her with a distant gaze. He held on to the corner of the table, looking extremely elegant. Was it because a good-looking person could be so handsome in any action? Gu Jingze's hands were on the side. His slender fingers were holding the wallet. His knuckles were distinct and beautiful. They were definitely a pair of hands suitable for playing the piano. Housekeeper Hu will show you around, he said. I hope you can get used to it quickly. Steward Hu quickly showed her around the small building. The number of rooms was astonishing. The outside was the servants' room, the back was the kitchen, the front was the living room, and the upstairs was the bedroom. She felt that if she wandered around here, she would definitely get lost. Although the Lin family was also considered a prestigious family, it was obviously a world apart from this place. She turned around and looked at housekeeper Hu. Is this Gu Jingze's house? Yes, madam, this will be your home from now on. Lin Che looked at them and said, Gu Jingze looks rich. Yes, madam. Housekeeper Hu looked at her suspiciously. Housekeeper Hu said with a smile, although Mr. Gu doesn't look easy to get along with, he is a good person. You will get used to it slowly. Please have a rest. Lin Che pushed open the double mahogany door of the bedroom. She bumped into Gu Jingze, who was half naked, standing by the bathroom door. His honey-colored body, which had just taken a bath, made his tall and slender body sexier. His well-proportioned muscles stuck to his chest and arms. He looked well-formed, a perfect inverted triangle, and the mermaid line below was obvious and prominent. Lin Che was stunned for a long time before she realized that he was not wearing any clothes. The loose white bath towel below was shaking. Lin Che subconsciously screamed and stepped out of the bathroom, closing the door with a bang. Inside the bathroom, Gu Jingze frowned unhappily. For a moment, he regretted agreeing to his family's request so easily. The woman he liked was elegant, natural, and graceful. She was well-behaved and well-mannered, just like Mo Huiling. But now, for some inexplicable reason, he had married a woman who lived in a very different environment from him. But now, she was indeed his legal wife. Lin Che stood with his back against the door, clutching his chest. He could still feel his heart beating violently. The scene just now replayed in her mind again. This man was really too sexy. His perfect body made people want to have a nosebleed. But Lin Che also knew clearly that this man was just an accident. Although he was her husband, they were still contracted. The door was pulled open. Gu Jingze had already put on his clothes. He was wearing light and elegant casual clothes, which hid some of his fierceness. However, he still looked so cold that it made people shiver. He glanced at Lin Che and said, "Do you still want to come in?" Lin Che was stunned for a moment. She quickly said, sorry. I'll go in." He had already said that they would live together after getting married. It was just that she was not used to it yet. She quickly jumped into the bedroom and closed the door under Gu Jingze's cold gaze. She knew that her reaction just now was a little too intense. She said to him helplessly, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you just now. It's just that I'm not used to being married and living with you. That's why I acted like this." Gu Jingze's gaze lingered on her fair and translucent little face for a moment. Compared to the average woman, her skin was so white that it seemed to be glowing. It was as smooth as a baby's. He paused for a moment before looking away. Looking to the side, he said, "I don't care what bad habits you have in the past, but I hope that the first thing you need to get used to here is to learn how to knock when you enter a door." Lin Che was speechless. "Are you blaming me for not knocking before coming in? I didn't know that you were naked. I think you should get used to it first. There's someone living here now, and you're not alone anymore. You shouldn't walk around naked anymore. You." Gu Jingze's dark gaze shot at this woman who was twisting words and forcing logic. Lin Che just couldn't help it. Originally, he wanted to get along peacefully. However, this man had a kind of ability. Everything he said seemed to be filled with thorns. Imperceptibly, it caused the two of them to be at loggerheads again. She was just not used to getting along with him. Gu Jingze decided not to continue talking to this kind of woman. He grabbed the blanket and walked to the sofa. Lin Che saw this and quickly said, "I'll sleep on the sofa." Chapter 6. No need. He threw down the blanket. "I'll sleep on the sofa. You can sleep on the bed." He thought of himself as a gentleman and should be modest. Lin Che was used to sleeping anywhere, but he lived in such a big house. How could he be aggrieved? "It's okay, I'll sleep on the sofa. Really, I'm used to it at home." "You're so tall, you won't be used to the sofa," she said as she came to his side and was about to pull his arm. However, before she could touch him, she was elbowed by his elbow. Lin Che fell to the ground. He looked at Gu Jingze, who was standing tall. Her kindness was treated as ill will. She wanted to get along well with him, which was why she was so modest. But he was a man. She had only touched him and he was so disgusted. Lin Che stood up and shouted, "Gu Jingze, are you crazy? I'm kind enough to sleep on the sofa. It's fine if you don't appreciate it, but what do you mean by this?" Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows. He lowered his head and patted the part of his arm that she had touched. He looked coldly at the woman beside him, whose hair was standing on end. His voice was still cold. "You'd better figure out who caused all this. It's too late to say that you're doing this out of kindness. Even if I drugged you, I didn't let you pounce on me. Can't you do it yourself? Why did you have to pounce on me? I feel wronged." She felt even more guilty when she said this, but she still didn't want to fall behind. Who asked him to be such a jerk? You. Although he didn't understand the meaning of masturbation at first, he understood it after thinking about it. Gu Jingze couldn't accept that a woman could be so filthy. His cold face froze. He pointed at the door with his slender finger. "Get out." Lin Che was stunned. He didn't know what he was thinking. He had acted rashly. The more he despised her, the angrier she felt. She looked at him and jumped on his back. "Ah, there's a mouse. It's so scary. I'm scared of mice." Didn't he despise her? She just wanted to pounce on him and piss him off. Gu Jingze's handsome face calmed down. When the soft and fragrant body pressed against him, he was shocked and instinctively shook off the woman who was leaning on him like a sloth. "Let go." His long arms reached behind him. However, the two soft lumps on his back made him feel as if a ball of fire had exploded in his body. He was suddenly rooted to the spot. Although Lin Che was 168 centimeters tall, in front of Gu Jingze's 190 centimeters tall figure, he still seemed a lot smaller. Unlike the touch of a man, a woman's body was soft and smooth like silk. It was like a gentle flowing water, winding around his body like a slender snake. He realized that although she was very tall, she was really very thin. Her white fingers held his arm. It was slightly cold, but it made him feel comfortable. However, at this moment, the feeling of the lump of meat on his back became more and more obvious, and his body suddenly became uncontrollably hot. Damn it, the effects of the medicine should have worn off long ago, but why was there such an obvious change in his body? "Fine, I won't let go. There are rats, and I'm scared of rats." She clung onto him tightly, refusing to let go. However, she suddenly felt his arm move. Her waist was grabbed, and her whole body was thrown down by him. She took the opportunity to hook onto his body, and the two of them suddenly fell down together. When he came to his senses, what appeared in front of Gu Jingze was her pink lips. Her lips were slightly raised, and her pearly white teeth were faintly exposed. It was like a cordial invitation, and it made his throat feel dry. Gu Jingze was shocked. He subconsciously pushed upwards, pushing away the soft body that had fallen on him. Lin Che felt pain. He felt his arm directly poking the softest part of her chest. His tears instantly fell from the pain. Gu Jingze had just loosened a little when he saw the woman sitting on the ground, clutching her chest. Her porcelain white cheeks were lightly streaked with tears, and her shoulders were shaking sadly. His heart strangely twitched. He couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. He regained his rationality and thought to himself that he had gone a little too far. She was only a girl in her 20s, but she was forced to accept this loveless marriage. This was indeed the fault of both of them, and she shouldn't be the only one to blame. The woman's tears made him feel a little lost. He didn't know how to comfort people, so he could only stand there. "I'm sorry, I apologize to you. It's not your fault this time." I was too agitated. Actually, just like you, I haven't gotten used to the feeling of having another woman by my side. I didn't push you because I despised you, but actually, from the very beginning, I have a disease. I can't touch women. She didn't expect him to explain. She raised her teary eyes in surprise, and there was a hint of confusion in them. He thought that since they were going to live together, he should tell her about it. He lightly exhaled and said, "It doesn't matter if it's a man, but as long as it's a woman, I find it very hard to accept. Not only can I not touch them, but I will also get rashes, vomit, and have blood flow backwards. That's why I subconsciously avoid you." Lin Che couldn't understand. There's such a disease. Is it a psychological disease? Gu Jingze sat there. His figure was always straight, and he looked very healthy. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well. He was already used to this. After all, he had seen too many doctors for this disease in the past 30 years. It was just that he had to keep it a secret. All of them. He calmly rubbed the space between his eyebrows. His fingertips were slightly bent, and he looked a little tired. This matter has to be kept a secret. I'm telling you because we're going to live together. I hope you know that because of this, my family thinks that I touched you, and it means that you can control my disease. That's why they want us to get married. So that was the case. Unfortunately, their calculations were wrong. Lin Che actually couldn't help him treat his disease. She knew that what happened between them was because of what she did. Lin Che hurriedly nodded guiltily. Of course, of course. You can't blame anyone for your disease. I'm sorry. I didn't know just now, so I touched you. I promise, I won't touch you again. She looked at Lin Che doubtfully. She pretended to raise 3 fingers. Her fingers looked smooth and cute, and her gaze was unwavering as she smiled at him determinedly. Gu Jingze shifted his gaze away from her and said calmly, "All right, then let's rest." Lin Che hurriedly nodded. He rubbed his aching chest and got up obediently. "Then I'll sleep on the sofa." "No need." Gu Jingze immediately lay down. Lin Che apologized and didn't dare to touch him again. He also found a blanket and laid down. After the lights were switched off, the room was plunged into darkness. His breathing was accompanied by the air, and it flowed slowly. The sofa wasn't very comfortable, so he moved his body. He could clearly hear the person on the bed turning around. He frowned unhappily. He could tell that she was sleeping very soundly, but her sleeping position was really indecent. He really wasn't used to a woman, and a woman who had just slept with him, sleeping here. He immediately got up and walked out. Chapter 7. The next day, when Lin Che opened her eyes and saw this unfamiliar place, it took her a few minutes to remember that she was married. But where was her husband? She jumped off the bed. On the sofa, her belongings were neatly stacked, but he was nowhere to be seen. Lin Che walked towards the dining room. The servant bowed to her. "Madam, I'll take you to the dining room." Just as she walked over, she saw Gu Jingze walking over gracefully, bathed in the morning light. The temperature of the dining room suddenly dropped a few degrees because of his tense expression. Wrapped in the suit, his well-defined body appeared even straighter. He was the classic example of a slender figure when he took off his clothes. Paired with a face that could make any woman sigh, as well as a pair of mysterious and noble eyes, Lin Che couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he took one look at him. "Hi, good morning." She went over to greet him. However, Gu Jingze only quietly raised his eyebrows and glanced at the home clothes she was wearing. The servant had prepared it for her. It was slim and accentuated her curves. After glancing at it, he silently lowered his head. His well-defined fingers grabbed the white porcelain coffee cup on the table and did not look up again. So cold, Lin Che twitched her mouth and sat down. They did not talk during the meal. When they went out, the servants saw Lin Che mumbling, so she hurriedly said, "Madam, sir is not a bad person. He is just a little grumpy, especially when he doesn't sleep well at night." Lin Che said, "Why? He doesn't sleep well at night." The servant said, "Yes, sir woke up in the middle of the night and went to the study to rest. That's why he doesn't sleep well." Lin Che was so shocked that her mouth was half open, but she could not say a word. Thinking about it, she understood. Because of that accident, he had married her out of nowhere. He must not be feeling too comfortable. Moreover, he had a woman he loved. How could he be happy sleeping in the same room with her? She sighed. She felt that Gu Jingze was quite pitiful. He was a proud son of heaven, but he had such a strange illness. In that case, it was actually because of her carelessness that he lost the woman he loved and married her instead. She suddenly felt that she had indeed broken up an affectionate couple and blamed herself deeply in her heart. When she went out, she saw a group of people walking out noisily. She took a closer look and saw that it was Gu Jingze. He was followed by a group of people. His tall and thin figure made people think of him as a crane in a flock of chickens. His neatly trimmed suit pants wrapped around his long legs. His strides were extraordinarily elegant and natural. He calmly hid the coldness in his eyes. His cold figure carried a hint of indifference. He naturally gave off a sense of authority without being angry. He calmly stepped out of the double doors. It seemed that he was going to leave. Lin Che hurriedly gave chase. "Wait for me, wait for me." Gu Jingze's indifferent expression slightly furrowed his brows when he heard her chattering. He turned around and saw Lin Che, who was wearing a slim-fitting dress, running towards him like a madman. He couldn't help but frown. However, her thick black hair was scattered, which made her jade-white skin look even whiter than snow. She also looked clean and clear. He took a deep breath, turned his eyes away and continued to walk out. "Take me with you, Gu Jingze. I want to go to the company." "I'll ask someone to take you," he said indifferently and looked ahead. "Oh. Okay, actually you can just take me to the bus stop. It's not as troublesome as wasting a car." Gu Jingze frowned. "The Gu family is not so poor that we need our wife to take the bus to save money." He fixed his eyes on her little face and seemed to think for a moment. "Get in the car." Hearing that she could save 2 yuan, Lin Che hurriedly followed Gu Jingze's footsteps. Gu Jingze's car was very big. It was not the one he had driven yesterday. The leather seats inside gave off a nice fragrance. Gu Jingze looked at the footprints on the mats and frowned at her. "Why are your shoes so dirty?" Lin Che looked at them. The footprints were a little ugly. She smiled embarrassedly and grinned. "I don't have shoes." Seeing Gu Jingze's good-looking eyes frown again, she curled her lips and said, "What are you complaining about?" "I don't want to either. These are my only shoes." Gu Jingze looked at her. Her dress was disheveled and her slender long legs were faintly discernible. He looked at her clothes. They were still the same as yesterday and were very disheveled. He said, "I'll take you to buy some clothes first." Hearing this, Lin Che hurriedly said, "My clothes are fine. I just didn't bring them with me. I'll bring my luggage back when I have the chance." However, Gu Jingze had already said to the driver, "Find a place to buy clothes for madam." The driver immediately turned the car around. Lin Che was embarrassed. "There's really no need. I'm so sorry." Gu Jingze scanned her clothes. He didn't know where she bought them. They were washed and old. She must have worn them more than once or twice. "They're too dirty. I don't feel comfortable looking at them. All right. Since it was for his own comfort, then he would buy them. She had thought that he was kind-hearted. This is called frugality. What do you know? You're used to thinking of being sloppy as frugality, but I'm not used to it. He looked ahead calmly, his eyes cold as usual. Lin Che said, yeah. It's good to be rich. You can change your clothes every day. I don't have a lot of clothes. I can wear one for a long time. Now, how many times do you think I've worn it? This dress cost a few hundred yuan. I won't throw it away until I can't wear it anymore. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che deeply. The Lin family isn't that poor, is it? Lin Che smiled at him. You've done quite a thorough investigation on me. Of course. Do you think I would marry a random woman without investigation? Lin Che fiddled with her sleeves. But didn't you find out that I'm just an illegitimate daughter of the Lin family? My father has never treated me as a member of the Lin family. When I was young, I lived with a nanny. When I was 16, he saw that I had grown up and felt that I had value, so he gave me a room. When I was young, my clothes were always leftovers from Lin Li and Lin Yu. Not to mention the clothes that were washed out, even if there were holes in them, I would still ask the nanny to mend them for me when I saw them. Gu Jingze frowned slightly. He looked at her and his gaze slowly became solemn. Soon, the two of them arrived at an expensive clothing store. After entering the shop, Gu Jingze glanced at the clothes and said to the shop assistant who followed him, "Find these clothes to suit her size." The shop assistant's eyes lit up when she saw Gu Jingze's neat and tidy manner. She quickly led Lin Che inside. Lin Che was a little stunned. It was the first time she had seen the way rich people shopped. Chapter 8. Lin Che changed into a dress. It was a beautiful short dress that wrapped around her body. She looked a lot more refreshed. Lin Che tried on every piece of clothing in the shop. The shop assistant served her enthusiastically the whole time. Her attitude was excellent. Meanwhile, Gu Jingze sat elegantly on a chair at the side, drinking coffee and reading the newspaper. Although Lin Che had politely said that she didn't want any clothes just now, she looked around as if she had never seen the world before. She looked surprised at every piece of clothing she saw. It seemed that she really hadn't worn any good clothes. However, when he raised his head, he saw Lin Che standing in front of him. The jade green dress made her fair skin look even more translucent. It was like a cool stream after the rain. Her long legs were exposed, and her long sleeves were straight. She looked sexy and beautiful, and also a little cute. The shop assistant smiled and praised, "This dress suits madam so well. You look so beautiful in it." Lin Che was embarrassed by the compliment. Gu Jingze looked at her. He couldn't deny that she looked good in this way. A woman who looked very unkempt and uncultured looked very elegant and beautiful at this moment. She was very feminine. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. When he saw Lin Che turn her head, he looked away again. Gu Jingze was very satisfied. He waved his hand and asked the shop assistant to pay. He said to the shop assistant, "Wrap up all the clothes that suit her in the shop and have them sent to the Gu residence." Lin Che was very surprised. She looked at Gu Jingze, her eyes shining. He was really a rich man. The shop assistant was naturally very happy. She saw them off respectfully and watched Lin Che trot to the luxurious Porsche outside, her face full of envy. Soon, they arrived at the office. She thanked him and hurriedly ran down. Yu Minmin led Lin Che all the way to the great hall of the 7-star hotel. As they walked, he said sternly and coldly, "There's a role for you to audition for today. If you run away halfway like last time, don't come to the company again. Do you really think you're Lin Li? If you want to choose a role, you should be like her. Even if you're not a big star, you should at least be a big star. Otherwise, you'd better go to the audition obediently and stop thinking of dirty ideas. Lin Che thought that Lin Li had a lot of money from the Lin family. How could she not be famous? However, Lin Che had always been suppressed by Auntie Lin. Whenever there was a good role, Lin Li would make trouble in the open and in the dark. However, Lin Che couldn't give up because of this. Otherwise, it would be no different from giving up at the last minute. Try out today's role well. Sister, you continued, the investor this time is a big financial backer. The Gu family is famous for being secretly rich. No one knows how much money they have and how powerful they are. Even if you don't succeed, if he takes a look at you and takes a liking to you, you'll have a meteoric rise in your life. Lin Che didn't listen carefully because Lin Li and Qin Qing, who were walking toward him, had filled up all his thoughts. Lin Li was petite and light, while Qin Qing was tall and handsome. When they walked over together, they immediately attracted the attention of the people around them. Wow, Lin Li, the man beside her is her fiancé, right? I heard that they're going to get engaged soon. Her fiancé's family is very rich. He's a rich second-generation heir. Her fiancé is so handsome. They're a perfect match. Lin Li is so lucky. Lin Che wanted to turn around and walk away, but it was too late. He heard Qin Qing shout first, Lin Che. Why are you here? Lin Che paused and could only turn around. He looked at Lin Li and glared at her viciously. The two walked over together. Lin Che smiled faintly at Qin Qing. I'm here for an audition. Qin Qing stared at her clothes and seemed to feel that she was different from her usual carefree self today. She looked much fresher and even exuded a feminine charm. Where did you go? Your family has been looking for you. Qin Qing didn't know anything but knew that the Lin family was in chaos. Han Kaiying had been scolding Lin Che, saying that he was an ingrate who was ungrateful and ungrateful. Lin Che sneered and looked at the proud Lin Li. It's okay. I'll stay at a friend's house from now on. I won't go back to the Lin family. Lin Li complained to Qin Qing. Ah Qin, you don't know how worried my family is. She's so immature. My mom was so worried that she couldn't sleep the whole night. Lin Che snorted. She probably couldn't sleep the whole night because she couldn't sell her. Lin Che didn't want to see her act anymore. She said indifferently, I still have an audition. Qin Qing, you guys go ahead. She took a deep look at Qin Qing and clenched her fists tightly. As soon as Lin Li finished her sentence, they heard another scream from behind. They turned around in surprise and saw a row of well-trained bodyguards clearing the crowd. Behind them, Gu Jingzhou was dressed in black. He looked mysterious and cold like a night in the dark. Lin Che was stunned. He felt like he was dreaming when he saw him here. Lin Li, on the other hand, had already stuck close to him with sparkling eyes. She watched this tall, handsome man walk forward without looking sideways. His arrogant expression and cold eyebrows made him look like a high and mighty emperor who didn't allow anyone to approach him. Ah, Qin Qing, who is this? He looks so familiar. She couldn't hide her curiosity and asked Qin Qing. Lin Che, on the other hand, just wanted to find a hole to bury herself in. She saw Gu Jingz's cold gaze coming towards her from the corner of his eye. Lin Li's scream made her snap out of her daze. Lin Li lowered her head and said, Is he looking at me? Lin Che couldn't stand it anymore. She ran out of the crowd. After a long time, she heard Lin Li's voice from behind. Lin Che, you'd better go home. Lin Che turned around and said coldly, I won't go back. Lin Li snorted. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking about Chin Ching. You're not good enough for him. He's going to be engaged to me soon and he'll be your brother-in-law soon. If you really want him, stop winking at him. You're just an illegitimate child. How dare you have delusions about a rich man like Chin Ching? Lin Che's heart ached. Lin Li looked at her face with admiration. You had a chance to join the upper class and become the young lady of the Qing family. Unfortunately, you don't know what's good for you. Are you still thinking about having something with Chin Ching? If that's enough, can I go now? Lin Li couldn't stand the mention of Chin Ching. Lin Che strode out but was pulled back by Lin Li. What's your attitude towards me? Lin Li sneered. Now, if you turn around and lick the dirty things off my shoes, I might still let you be in this show. Otherwise, as long as I'm alive, don't even think about getting involved in a big-budget TV series. Chapter 9. Lin Che looked at Lin Li in disbelief. Who do you think you are? Lin Li was about to slap Lin Che to let him know who she was, but her expression suddenly changed. Her pretty face was immediately filled with shyness. She said to Lin Che in a roundabout way, anyway, you have to go home early. Lin Che, I'm your sister after all. I hope you can live a good life. Lin Che looked at her change strangely and turned around to look. No one knew when Gu Jing's indifferent figure had appeared behind him. Lin Li immediately looked at this man with a love-struck expression. Looking at his exquisite and perfect face, she squeezed her breasts hard. Luckily, she had just done some boobs, so they looked perfect now. She had thought that Chin Ching was already perfect, rich, sunny, and handsome. However, even Chin Ching could only feel inferior in front of this man. Judging from his extraordinary aura, she knew that he was not an ordinary person. His face was enough to make any woman feel shy. Lin Li was almost stunned when she saw it. However, Gu Jingze only swept a cold glance at Lin Li before his gaze once again landed on Lin Che's absent-minded little face. Different from the gentle and pleasant face he had in the morning, his little face was now deathly pale. His long eyelashes were slightly trembling, and there was a tinge of pain in his round eyes. He looked like a puppy that had just been abandoned. What's wrong with you? Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che expressionlessly. Lin Che's body trembled, and he forced himself to raise his head. No, I'm not feeling unwell. Follow me. Without looking at Lin Li again, he strode forward with his long legs. Lin Che was stunned. He glanced at Lin Li, who had a twisted face. Gu Jing's assistant hurriedly gave her a look, telling her to hurry up. Lin Che didn't want to stay any longer, so he hurriedly followed. Lin Li was left behind with a pale face. She stood there and yelled in surprise, Lin Che knows him. That's impossible. Who is Lin Che? He's not even an unknown actor. But who is this man? It looks so noble. Lin Li was a knowledgeable person. She knew that the man's Italian custom-made suit wasn't something that ordinary people could buy. The designer brand had always been priceless. Chin Ching couldn't even book a suit for the engagement party. Lin Li couldn't help but feel jealous. She glared at Lin Che's back. Lin Che followed Gu Jingze and walked outside. Thank you for just now, she said to Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze looked ahead and squinted at her. What are you doing here? Lin Che said, Oh, there's a role that I want to audition for, so I came to see the director. I hope to get a chance to audition. Gu Jingze nodded and looked at her green dress, which was very eye-catching. All right, look for me here when you're done. I'll take you home. Lin Che nodded, all right, but why are you here? This hotel belongs to the Gu family, he said lightly. Lin Che let out an oh in surprise. So that's how it was. Such a big hotel. Lin Che said goodbye to him and went out to work. Seeing her leave, Gu Jingze asked his assistant, Qin Hao, she's here for an audition. Qin Hao looked in the direction that Mrs. Gu left and said respectfully, yes, Mrs. Gu is here for an audition for a magical TV series invested by the Gu family to promote the hotel under the Gu family. It's about to start filming, and third young master is the male lead. Gu Jingze looked at the door and looked in the direction that Lin Che left. He lowered his head and said to Qin Hao, go out and make arrangements. Lin Che went in and finally found the director and the producer together. He braced himself and went to greet them. Hello, Director Jiang. The director frowned. You are? Oh, I'm Lin Che. I'm an actor from Ling Dong movies. The director immediately understood what was going on and said, oh, get an assistant for the audition. I don't care about that. Lin Che naturally knew that all of Director Jiang's shows were popular, which made it harder for him to get close to them. But in this line of work, sometimes, he had to be shameless. Director Jiang, I know that I'm not here for a role. I just wanted to see you. I want to say that ever since I graduated from drama school, I've always admired you. I know that all of the shows that you've directed have good reviews and good quality. Everyone knows that once Director Jiang takes charge, it'll definitely be a big production with countless awards. That's why I'm here to see you, all right. Director Jiang interrupted her expressionlessly. All right, there's no point in trying to flatter me. I've seen many actors like you. If I say no, then no. Lin Che wanted to go over, but the director turned around and went inside without looking at her. Lin Che could only chase after him. However, she didn't manage to catch up to the director. Instead, she saw a producer coming out. When he saw Lin Che, he walked over with a smile. Hey, Lin Che, right? Lin Che was stunned. Then, she quickly put on her signature smile. Producer Chin, you know me. Yeah, I've seen your shows. Although you don't have many scenes, your performance is remarkable. Why, do you want a role? Lin Che blushed slightly. She said embarrassedly, I only hope that I can get a chance to audition. The producer looked at her, his gaze becoming more and more kind. Okay, I'll talk to the director. You can come for the audition in a few days. Lin Che looked at him in surprise. Really? Of course. He smiled and looked at her meaningfully. Do your best. After that, Lin Che returned to the luxurious lounge to look for Gu Jingze. He was sitting inside, looking at the documents in his hands. He saw the smile on her face. Her eyes curved when she smiled, making people's eyes pause. It was very pretty. Why? You seem to be in a good mood. He asked. Lin Che hurriedly said, yeah. Just now, a big director agreed to let me audition for a movie. I just knew that as long as I set out, I would definitely succeed. As expected, my name has already spread in the industry. Even the producers know my name. In the future, I'll definitely become famous. Of course I'm happy, ha. She smiled, hooked Gu Jingze's arm, and swayed happily. Gu Jingze lowered his head and looked at her hand, speechless. Her slender and fair fingers stroked the surface, and her movements were very alluring. Lin Che was still swaying. When she met his gaze, she suddenly felt that something was wrong and quickly let go. I'm sorry. I got carried away and didn't pay attention. It won't happen again. Gu Jingze glared at her, but he didn't feel like he was having an episode. Let's go home. Lin Che quickly jogged to catch up. A large group of tall and mighty bodyguards immediately surrounded them. They opened a path for him and opened the car door. They looked mighty as if they were a private visit from an emperor. Looking at him, Lin Che felt that he was really not ordinary. Gu Jingze, are you some big shot? Chapter 10. Lin Che said, but it has nothing to do with me even if you're rich. We'll get divorced sooner or later anyway. Gu Jingze smiled. At least you know what's good for you. Lin Che got into his car and looked at his perfect side profile. The curve of his jaw was so beautiful, and his side profile was like a perfect statue. She was slightly dazed. However, Gu Jingze saw that she had spread her legs a little bit. The white safety pants underneath were slightly exposed, and the shape was obvious. He frowned. Can't a woman sit properly? Lin Che was stunned. She looked down at her skirt and quickly pulled her legs together. Seriously, she forgot that she was wearing a skirt. She looked up and met Gu Jingze's disdainful gaze. She said speechlessly, "It's not like I haven't seen it before." Gu Jingze's handsome face darkened. Can't you act more like a woman? Don't you want to divorce me just because I look like a woman? She asked back confidently, which surprised Gu Jingze. This was the first time a woman dared to argue with him like this, and he couldn't get used to it. Miss Lin, I just hope that our marriage can make each other feel more comfortable. Shouldn't you take some responsibility in this? After all, this happened because of you. Ha, you make it sound like I forced you to take off my clothes that night. I only asked you to get hard, I didn't ask you to strip me naked. Gu Jingze's face became even darker. But I remember that you also enjoyed it a lot. You were also the one who hugged me and didn't let go. I also remember that when you were aroused, you liked to bite your fingers, and your face was so red that it looked like it could drip blood. Lin Che's face immediately turned red. Under his gaze, her face felt like it was burning. I don't remember. You must be mistaken. I clearly remember that it hurt a lot because it was your first time. You didn't understand anything and you weren't gentle at all. Ha! He suddenly pulled his face closer and stuck it in front of her. Looking at her blushing face, he felt that she was soft and feminine. His gaze was deep, and there was a hint of playfulness in his pitch-black eyes. Lin Che hurriedly leaned back, looking at his bottomless gaze that was pressing down on him. As he closed the distance between them, the air in the car suddenly heated up, as if something suspicious was fermenting. His body heat made her feel that he was a real man. See, that's what it looks like. He smiled and looked at her face. Do you want me to take a picture for you to see? Lin Che slapped his hand away and sat up with a whoosh. Then, as if nothing had happened, they both looked out the window. However, they could still feel the heat in the carriage slowly rising. Lin Che's face was so hot that he didn't even dare to turn around to look at the man beside him. How could she forget? That was her first time, and she gave it away just like that. She was tormented half to death. Covering her cheeks, she thought gloomily, is it really that red? At this time, the driver broke the awkwardness between the two. Sir, madam, here we are. Lin Che hurriedly opened the car door. However, her arm was suddenly pulled by the man behind her. She turned around and said, "What are you doing?" Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes in pain. "Why are you running away? Are you shy? It's none of your business." Lin Che pushed his hand away and hurriedly walked inside. Gu Jingze looked at her back and shook his head. Gu Jingze got out of the car slowly. Seeing Lin Che running away, he was in a good mood. After taking a few steps, he saw an unfamiliar woman standing inside the door. She was a beautiful woman with an elegant temperament. One look and one would think of her as a lady from a wealthy family. Lin Che was stunned. Meanwhile, Gu Jingze stopped in his tracks and looked at the woman inside. His voice was a little hoarse as he called out, Wheeling, Mo Wheeling, his girlfriend. As soon as he saw the woman, Lin Che seemed to understand what kind of woman Gu Jingze really liked. Her long hair fluttered in the wind and her face was bright and beautiful. From afar, she looked like a lady from a wealthy family. She was wearing a white suit with a gray dress inside. She looked intelligent and elegant. One look and one could tell that she was a fair, rich, and beautiful woman. Lin Che stood there, not knowing what to do. He could only stare blankly at her. He must have looked silly. Gu Jingze looked like a good match when he stood next to her. She looked like a unfashionable woman. Surely, she wouldn't be like her, who didn't know anything. Gu Jingze must be a golden couple in everyone's eyes when he stood next to her. She had already turned around. When her eyes met Gu Jingze's, her delicate chin was slightly raised, and she looked at him proudly. After staring at her for a while, she arrogantly turned her gaze back to Gu Jingze. Seeing this, Lin Che could only look at Gu Jingze indifferently and said tactfully, Oh, I haven't washed my clothes yet. I'll go wash them. Then she hurriedly ran inside. Gu Jingze watched her run away in a panic. He frowned and looked back at Mo Wheeling, who was in front of him. Mo Wheeling sneered and pointed at him. Let's see what kind of woman you brought back. Gu Jingze said, You've read the email I sent you, right? Now that things have come to this, I can't do anything about it. I know you will be angry and sad, but now that everything has become the truth, I can't do anything about it. This is a marriage I have to accept. Because my family thinks that she is good for my illness, so they want me to marry her. I can only agree to it. I know it's hard for you to accept what I just told you, but it's the truth. If you leave me, hate me, hit me, scold me, or ask me to make it up to you, I can accept it. I have betrayed our promise. No matter what you do, I will accept it. Mo Wheeling's shoulders were trembling. I don't want to hit you. How can I bear to hit you? But I just want to ask you, what should I do? Actually, we are just strangers who have known each other for a few days. Before we got married, I didn't even know her name. But my family forced me to, and I have no choice. When I have the chance in the future, I will divorce her. Mo Wheeling raised her head and looked at him with tears in her eyes. Really? Gu Jingze nodded. That's what I thought too. Mo Wheeling and he were childhood sweethearts. But because of Gu Jingze's sudden illness, he could no longer touch women, so they couldn't be together openly. Because the Gu family wanted him to find a woman who could bear a child for him, but every time he faced Mo Wheeling, he would get a rash, and his illness would get worse. Mo Wheeling gave up on using cosmetics, tried taking medicine, and tried all kinds of methods, but his rash would still grow frighteningly. Chapter 11. Mo Wheeling had thought that one day, she would be able to be with Gu Jingze. After all, Gu Jingze was stubborn. However, she had never imagined that one day, a woman like this would appear out of nowhere. I'm sorry, Wheeling. I won't blame you if you find happiness in another world. How could I leave you? Jingze, I've been with you for so many years. If I leave you, I don't even know how I'm going to survive. Ever since I was young, my dream was to marry you one day. Gu Jingze's heart softened. He looked at her and said, All right, Wheeling, I just don't want you to be wronged. Mo Wheeling smiled. I believe that you will divorce her one day. I'll wait for you. The helper saw that Lin Che was sitting there with a gloomy expression and thought that she was angry. She walked over and said carefully, Madam, Sir and Miss Mo are childhood friends, so they have a good relationship. However, the two of them are innocent and there is nothing between them. Oh. Lin Che knew that the helper had misunderstood. She quickly waved her hand and said, I didn't mean that. It's natural that they have a good relationship. But have they known each other for a long time? The helper said, yes, they have known each other since birth. It has been so long, Lin Che thought. Then they must be very close, Lin Che said. The helper said, yes, Miss Mo has a lot of small tempers, but Sir always tolerates her. He has been like this since they were young. However, I feel that this is no different from a sibling relationship. Madam, please don't be angry. After all, you know that Sir. He had a strange illness and couldn't touch any woman. Lin Che naturally knew that. But she felt that Gu Jingze was quite pitiful. The woman he loved was right beside him, but he couldn't touch her. He didn't know how he managed to endure all these years. Lin Che wasn't angry. She was just curious. She said to the helper, all right, I'm not angry. I just wanted to ask. I can understand Gu Jingze. I won't be angry. Seeing Lin Che like this, the helper liked her even more. She smiled and said, Madam, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. You have such a good personality. You and Sir are so compatible. You will be very happy in the future. Lin Che really wasn't angry. They had agreed from the start that this was a contract marriage. He had been very honest from the start, so there was nothing to be angry about. Lin Che said, but your husband and Miss Mo are so close. Why didn't they get the family's approval? The helper said, Miss Mo is the Mo family's third daughter, but because the Mo family's way of doing things is not in line with Elder Mo's. Elder Mo didn't like Miss Mo at first, but he didn't really object. It's just that Sir suddenly fell ill and the family has been hoping that Sir would find a woman who can bear children. It's a pity that Sir is too stubborn and only cares about Miss Mo. And Miss Mo has been making a fuss about not wanting Sir to have other women. That's why things have turned sour. Seeing that Lin Che was listening carefully, the servant smiled and said, it's great now. Sir and Madam are really a good match. Madam is so beautiful, and Sir is also so handsome. In the future, the young master you give birth to will also be the most beautiful. Lin Cheng almost spurted out his saliva. She didn't want to have children with Gu Jingze. Moreover, she didn't have any. The last time, he only touched her because she had drugged him. She wasn't his antidote. She couldn't cure his illness. Lin Che felt strange. Why didn't they find a few more women for him to try? But after thinking about it, he understood. Perhaps it was because Gu Jingze loved Mo Huiling deeply, so he didn't want to touch any other woman. But now, because of her, Lin Che was thinking as she ate. At this moment, Gu Jingze walked in. He looked at Lin Che eating with big mouthfuls. Her legs were propped up on the sofa. It was an extremely indecent sight. Gu Jingze frowned and said, can't you eat more cleanly? Lin Che raised her head and said, I've washed my hands. Why aren't they clean? Gu Jingze watched as she grabbed the food with her hands and gnawed on it. There was a pile of food residue on it. His frown deepened. Lin Che raised his head and said, that's right, not everyone is like Miss Mo from a wealthy family. That's right, I'm rude and I'm not good at eating. My mother passed away when I was a teenager and my father never treated me as his daughter. My aunt only wanted to sell me for money, so no one taught me manners and upbringing. But not everyone is like you guys, who has the time to care about manners and upbringing. To me, I'm already living up to my own standards, so if I don't understand these things, I'll never become Miss Mo. Looking at Gu Jingze, she said, all right, if you don't like looking at me, I'll eat less in front of you. But you don't come home often, do you? Since he had Miss Mo, he would have to accompany Miss Mo often. He shouldn't like staying at home with her every day. Gu Jingze snorted and said, that's right. Hui Ling is indeed a lady from a wealthy family. At least she doesn't eat with her hands like you do. As he said this, his gaze fell on her oily hands. Lin Che looked down. Indeed, she felt a little embarrassed, but she was used to it. She wouldn't despise herself. Lin Che hurriedly used his tongue to lick his fingers one by one. The tip of his tongue was very soft. Living with this kind of man was really torturous. No wonder people said that it was important to marry someone of equal status. She and Gu Jingze were examples. She raised her head and looked at Gu Jingze. But she realized that his gaze was even more intense. He was staring at her face, looking as if he wanted to tear her apart and eat her alive. His eyes were red. How had she offended him? Lin Che quickly said, "Don't be angry anymore. I won't eat in front of you next time." She couldn't help it. Habits couldn't be changed in a short time. His Miss Mo must be elegant and generous, but she couldn't do it. She smiled embarrassedly, but Gu Jingze's face darkened and he walked in without a word. "Hey, I." She looked at him strangely. "Don't stick your tongue out and lick." He suddenly turned around and stared at Lin Che's fingers. Especially in front of the opposite sex. What? Lin Che hurriedly looked down at her fingers and fiddled with them. She was so confused that she didn't know what he meant. Gu Jingze shook his head speechlessly. He felt that this woman was really stupid. Soon, Lin Che finished washing up and ran into the bedroom. Gu Jingze leaned against the single-seater sofa, one leg crossed over the other. He looked very elegant and composed. The lights shone on his face and he looked a little combed. His posture was very casual, but he looked good no matter how he sat. She stopped there and looked at him. Then she quietly walked in. Suddenly, she heard him call her, "Miss Lin." Chapter 12. Lin Che stopped and turned around to look at his raised face. "All right, we'll see each other all the time. Don't call me Miss Lin. I'm not used to it." Gu Jingze paused for a moment, then nodded. "All right, Lin Che." He looked at her deeply. "What happened today won't happen again. She doesn't come here often. She probably hasn't adjusted to it yet." "Oh, it's okay. It's understandable that she's angry. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to take it either. I'll definitely come here to investigate." I understand. Just get along with her." Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows. His gaze deepened as he watched her hurriedly clarify herself. Then, he lowered his head again. The next day, Lin Che went to the audition with Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin said to her coldly, "This TV series is a fairy tale. It's adapted from a novel and has a deep foundation. The male lead is Gu Jingyu and the female lead is Mu Firen. You're one of the supporting characters, a ghost hunter. It's an important role. If you can get it, it'll definitely be good for you." Lin Che nodded. Although she knew that she wouldn't get such an important role, she didn't have many opportunities to audition for such an important role. Naturally, she was looking forward to it. "Thank you for giving me this opportunity," she said. Yu Minmin looked at her deeply. "You're welcome. You fought for it. I didn't have high hopes for you, but since you're here, I hope you can do well." Lin Che nodded. "All right, I'll do my best, Sister Yu." Lin Che was already used to this type of audition. She purposely changed into a short blue skirt and dressed herself up. Then, she stood there looking neat and tidy. Next, Lin Che. The director and a few crew members looked at Lin Che's information as they listened to the name. They saw that it was an actor they had never seen before. It was something new. However, such an important role shouldn't be given to a newcomer. It seemed like some investor had stuffed this role into his hands. The director did not have much hope as he casually picked up a cigarette to smoke. However, when he raised his head, he saw that the person who came in was dressed in a pure white robe. She lowered her head and bowed respectfully. Then, she raised her head. Her makeup was slightly applied, and her eyes were like the ripples of a lake. The light shone on her porcelain-like face, and her pair of feathers cast a faint shadow on her eyes. Her cherry blossom petal-like lips made people salivate, and they couldn't help but feel their hearts flutter. In this circle where plastic surgery had become a custom, it was rare to see such a natural and outstanding young actor. He quickly looked down and flipped through the information. Lin Che, 23, female. She had acted in some roles that didn't even have a name. She could be considered a true newcomer. However, the image of him standing there in an ethereal manner was really unforgettable. The whole room was so quiet that even the drop of a needle could be heard. Everyone just stared at the girl with an ethereal expression on the stage. She was dressed in blue, and it made people feel like they were deep in the lake, rippling and unable to escape. Lin Li was also here for the audition. She pulled the curtain open and looked at Lin Che in front of her. She frowned and then looked at the reaction of the audience. She couldn't help but think in her heart, her appearance today is really eye-catching and annoying. When did this little bitch become so beautiful? Lin Che took a deep breath and recited a passage in his hand. After he finished, he felt that it was nothing special and lost some confidence. He raised his head and looked at everyone's eyes. He felt even more guilty and thought unconfidently, it seems that I'm done for this time. However, he didn't have much hope. In the years after he graduated from the Drama Academy, he had participated in this kind of audition countless times and was already used to failure. Director, my performance is over. Okay. The director flipped through the information and didn't seem to look at her. Lin Che walked out of the room quietly. However, before he left the room, he saw Yu Minmin walking towards him. She sounded surprised, as if she couldn't believe it. Lin Che, you've been chosen this time. Go back and prepare for it. The role of the ghost hunter Chinihan has been chosen. The company will sign the contract for you later. Lin Che thought he had heard it wrong and couldn't react for a long time. She had been chosen. That was too surprising. She didn't have much hope at first, but now she felt as if she had hit the jackpot. Thank you, Sister Minmin. I'll go back and prepare for it. Yu Minmin looked at him deeply and smiled. Okay, go back and prepare for it. This time, she really didn't expect that she would be chosen. There were many competitors for this role, but she was just a newcomer. Lin Che was in a good mood and went home alone. However, the moment he entered the house, he suddenly saw a woman sitting on the sofa where Gu Jingze used to sit. Mo Huiling was here. Lin Che thought to himself. Although it was a fake marriage, it was still a little strange to meet her. He hoped that he could choose other places for their dates in the future. It was too awkward. But when she saw Mo Huiling sitting there, she smiled and greeted her. Hi, you're here. I'll go in first. You guys go ahead and do what you need to do. Mo Huiling stood up and snorted coldly. She looked at Lin Che and said, Why are you running away? Why are you avoiding me? We'll meet sooner or later. What? Lin Che didn't know how to react. But very quickly, he caught a hint of coldness in her eyes. It was so obvious. Mo Huiling looked at Lin Che and said, Although Jingze told me yesterday that he was forced to get married by his family, and I don't know what you did to get the Gu family to agree to your marriage, I still want to tell you that Jingze and I have been together since we were young. We are childhood sweethearts and we have always loved each other. We can't be separated by a few tricks of yours. I hope you understand your position. I know that Jingza is a good person, but he has status and status, but you can't get close to him. You'd better understand. In an instant, Lin Che's good impression of her disappeared completely. Looking at the elegant woman in front of him, Lin Che sneered and said, "Since Miss Mo has already said that you trust him, there's no need for you to tell me this. Don't worry, Miss Mo, I don't actually want to marry him. Our marriage was just an accident. I won't ruin anything between you two. Since you said that you trust each other, please continue to trust him." Mo Huiling's face darkened when she saw Lin Che's nonchalant expression. "Yes, I trust him, but I can't ignore the fact that he's too outstanding. There are more than one or two women who throw themselves at him. You won't be the first, and you won't be the last. Miss Lin, if you dare to do anything to him, I advise you to be careful. Jingza only loves me, and he won't be moved by any woman. If I find out, you'll have to bear the consequences." Lin Che chuckled. Chapter 13. Mo Huiling stood up arrogantly. She was dressed in famous brands and looked very shiny. Coupled with the arrogance on her face, she looked even more superior. Don't think that you can have him just because you married Jingza. I'll tell him directly that I don't like him being with you. I want him to leave here and live with me. When that time comes, even if you get married, you won't be able to see him again. No matter what you think, it's all in vain. So, why did you become his wife? I'm the one he loves." Lin Che looked at her arrogant expression, but he could tell that she was still angry and helpless. Although this woman was annoying, she was actually a pitiful woman. This was probably the shortcoming of these rich families. Marriage was not up to them. They were all victims, and she sympathized with Mo Huiling. But, since they were so sad, why did they have to endure it? Why didn't they just fight it out? And this Mo Huiling didn't fight with him, but instead came to fight with Lin Che. Lin Che thought that she didn't know that they were so complicated. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed so easily. Who knew that he had such a loving girlfriend? Lin Che said directly. "If he can move in with you, I'll be happy for you guys. Just tell him that." Mo Huiling felt that Lin Che was really annoying. The more she looked at him, the more disgusted she became, especially when she thought about her current identity as Gu Jingza's wife. Lin Che looked very beautiful with fair skin. He was still young and looked honest. In fact, this kind of person was the most scheming. Mo Huiling had to admit that her face was a little too attractive. How could she feel at ease letting Gu Jingza live with her? Glaring at her fiercely, Mo Huiling raised her head and left. At night, when Gu Jingza came back, the room was very quiet. Gu Jingza asked, "Where's Madam?" The servant quickly answered, "Madam is in the bedroom." Gu Jingza took the opportunity to walk towards the bedroom. Unexpectedly, the moment he opened the door, he saw Lin Che's smooth back. There was not a piece of cloth, she was changing, the door opened with a whoosh. Lin Che was so shocked that she jumped up. "Ah! Gu Jingza!" she screamed. However, it was not a big deal that she screamed. What was more important was that she turned around in shock. This time, it wasn't just his back that was exposed. Gu Jingza's eyes widened as he saw two lumps of tender meat flash before his eyes. Lin Che hurriedly covered his chest, looked at the man in front of him, and said helplessly, "Gu Jingza, do you know how to knock?" Gu Jingza only looked at her snow-white skin, her narrow shoulders, and her fair and tender shoulders. His heart skipped a beat, and he shifted his gaze away. Taking a breath, he said, "This looks like my bedroom." Lin Che was stunned for a moment. Then, he recalled that this was indeed his home, but that's not right. Lin Che said, "Hey, even though this is your house, have you forgotten that we got married?" After we got married, I had at least half of the ownership of this house. I have the right to live in this house until we get divorced. That means that this is my bedroom. Gu Jingze turned his head calmly. It seems that you haven't forgotten that we're married. So, it's fine even if you don't hide it. Lin Che lowered her head. No wonder her body was so cold. She had forgotten to put on her clothes. She hurriedly pulled up her clothes, turned around, and quickly put on her clothes. However, Gu Jingze had already walked in as if nothing had happened. He opened the cabinet, took out a folder, and walked out silently. Lin Che stood there and watched him leave. Then, she took a deep breath and blinked her eyes. She thought that this Gu Jingze. Didn't Mo Huiling say that she wouldn't let him stay here? Why did he come back? When Lin Che walked out, she tugged at her clothes shyly. Gu Jingze was reading his documents with his head lowered. He didn't even lift his head as if he didn't see her. Lin Che walked over, not knowing if she should disturb him. After all, this person had a lot of problems. Whenever she spoke, he would act up again. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, the person who had been reading his documents finally spoke. What do you want to say? Lin Che was shocked. She patted her chest and looked at Gu Jingze. She thought to herself, why is this person always like this? She didn't know what to do. You knew I was here. I thought that you didn't look at me because you didn't hear me. So, I didn't want to disturb you. That's why I'm leaving, Lin Che explained as she walked over. Gu Jingze lifted his head and looked at her mildly. He supported his chin with one hand. His eyes were so mesmerizing under the light that it made one's heart skip a beat. I can smell your scent, he explained. Lin Che was stunned. Her face heated up slightly. Didn't he know that his words sounded a little ambiguous? Gu Jingze looked at her blushing face. He slapped her fair cheeks and said curiously, why is your face so red? Are you sick? You're the one who's sick. No, you've always been sick. You forgot to take your medicine when you went out. Lin Che said, my face isn't red, okay? Lin Che felt as if she had been seen naked and had been taken advantage of. Lin Che thought that she really wasn't his match. She claimed to be a professional actress, but from the beginning, she didn't seem to be as professional as he was. Perhaps it was because she had someone she loved in her heart that she was more clear about her feelings, she thought. Look at Gu Jingze. He didn't even react when he saw her naked. He didn't see her as a woman at all. He was a man who only loved Mo Huiling. Lin Che thought that she couldn't lose to him. Gu Jingze looked at her changing expression and raised his head to ask again, you haven't said anything yet. Do you have something to say to me? Lin Che didn't say anything, but he knew that she had something to say. Lin Che walked over and said, it's nothing. Why did you come back? Gu Jingze frowned strangely. Can't I come back? Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze's expressionless face and thought strangely, could it be that Mo Huiling hasn't told him to not stay here anymore? Seeing Gu Jingze's puzzled expression again, Lin Che hurriedly spread out his hands. She couldn't get between him and Mo Huiling. Since Mo Huiling didn't say anything, she would let Mo Huiling say it herself. She wouldn't get involved in their affairs. She shrugged and said, I think you don't have to stay here all the time. There are many people who get married and live apart. You're so busy, so it's not good for you to stay here all the time. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and looked at her. Why? Lin Che said, I think that Miss Mo must feel bad if you stay with me all the time. It's better if you don't stay here. Gu Jingze frowned subconsciously and looked at her. I thought we already agreed that this is my home. If I don't stay here, where should I stay? Chapter 14. Lin Che thought that it was true. This was his home. What right did she have to chase him away? Alright, if you put it that way, I can actually move out as well, Lin Che said sincerely. Gu Jing's face darkened slightly. He retracted his gaze from her and fiddled with the documents in his hands. If you do this, my family will definitely suspect that there's something going on between us. They might even suspect that we're faking our marriage and that we can't live together. They will definitely interfere with us until we're living together. Wouldn't that be even more troublesome? Lin Che thought that what he said made sense. She didn't think as much as him, but if he really thought about it carefully, he might be able to find a good excuse. I'm just afraid that your girlfriend will be angry. You're always living with me. She'll definitely think too much and it will affect your relationship. Enough. Gu Jingze had already stood up. His expression was heavy, and Lin Che didn't know what to say. He took the documents and walked out. When he brushed past Lin Che, he said, "Be a good Mrs. Gu. My affairs with other women are none of your business." Seeing Gu Jingze leave with the things, Lin Che muttered gloomily, all right, blame me for being a busybody, all right? A dog that bites Lu Dongbin, you don't know how to appreciate my kindness. From now on, I definitely won't interfere in your matters, all right? Gu Jingze quickly returned to the guest room. He put down the documents and held on to the table. He steadied himself. However, he still felt that the scenes from earlier were still flashing through his mind, making him feel frustrated. He took a deep breath and heard his phone ringing. He picked it up and saw that it was Mo Huiling. Huiling, you're looking for me. Yeah, Jingze, do you want to come to my house? I'm bored by myself. By the way, I have something to tell you. Gu Jingze said, what's wrong? You have something to say to me. Yes, I've always wanted to say something to you. I want to say it to you face to face. Come here. Mo Huiling's voice wasn't special, and Gu Jingze couldn't guess what it was about. After being with Mo Huiling for so many years, he knew that Mo Huiling had a temper. After all, she was a spoiled young lady. Although she was cultured, well-educated, and well-mannered, it was normal for her to have a temper. He had always spoiled her, so even if she spoke harshly and casually to him, he could tolerate it. Gu Jingze soon arrived at the Mo family. Mo Huiling lived outside. The bungalow had a ladylike temperament, which made him feel very comfortable. Mo Huiling was sitting in the living room. When Gu Jingze was brought in, she looked sad. She sat there looking withered and lonely. Gu Jingze sighed and walked over. Huiling, why did you call me here? Mo Huiling looked up at Gu Jingze and murmured, Jingze. I know you were forced to get married. It wasn't your own will, but I still feel bad. Gu Jingze naturally felt sorry for her. His heart softened when he saw the expression on her face. Mo Huiling looked at Gu Jingze, her little face scrunched up. She looked very sad and helpless. I know I shouldn't feel bad, and I shouldn't make things difficult for you, but I can't stand the thought of another woman by your side. You two are together every day. Gu Jingze looked at her and sighed. I understand. It's my fault. I'm sorry, Huiling. I'm sorry about this. I know you're sad, but I had my own difficulties that forced me to agree to my family's request. My grandfather's methods are brilliant, and I can't be careless. Worried that Mo Huiling would feel pressured, Gu Jingze didn't say that his family used her as a threat. I know. Mo Huiling looked up, her eyes sparkling. I understand you, and I'm willing to stand on your side. I just hope that you can move out and not stay with that woman. You have so many properties outside, so there must be a place for you to stay. We can stay there together. I know. I know that even if we stay together, we can't share the same bed. I just want to be by your side. I don't want you to stay with her. Gu Jingze paused. He hadn't expected Mo Huiling to make such a request. This should be a reasonable request. He understood Mo Huiling. He knew that living with Lin Che would make people worry. He didn't tell Mo Huiling that he was already in a relationship with Lin Che, because he felt that such a thing would never happen again. It was just an accident. He didn't want Mo Huiling to worry even more. However, Mo Huiling was still very worried. No woman would be able to accept that he was married. Even if they had grown up together, trusted each other and were familiar with each other, he already had a wife. Mo Huiling was a lady from a wealthy family. The Mo family wasn't an ordinary family. She had a good upbringing. Even if she didn't marry him, she would still be able to find a suitable man to marry. No one would mistreat her, but she had already sacrificed her dignity for him. But, Gu Jingze said calmly, I'll think about it. Mo Huiling looked disappointed when she heard him say that. Was that it? Gu Jingze said, Huiling, I understand how you feel and I know that you're not feeling well. That's why I said that if you're not happy, you can leave and find other happiness. However, I have my own considerations. I'll think about it, but I can't make a hasty decision for now. However, Gu Jingze subconsciously didn't like living with any woman. After all, he was still sick. Even if it was Mo Huiling, he still felt uncomfortable. Lin Che had no other choice. He was also trying his best to adapt to it. However, if he had a choice, even if it was Mo Huiling, he wouldn't want to live with her. Hearing his last sentence, Mo Huiling finally forced a smile. You have to promise me. When Gu Jingze left Mao Pao's house, he sat in the back of the car and looked out of the window with a serious expression. Mo Huiling was the only girl he had ever been in close contact with, and because the two of them had stayed together for so many years, she had endured so many of his illnesses. She couldn't hold hands, couldn't kiss, and couldn't do anything that a lover should do, because as long as he touched her, he would get a rash. However, she still insisted on staying by his side, which really touched him. He had been happy with her for so many years. There was no doubt that he wanted to marry her. But now, he suddenly had a relationship with another woman. When Gu Jingze entered the house, he smelled something fragrant in the room. It was already midnight, so the helper must have left and returned to her room. Then, this fragrance could only be, when he walked into the kitchen, he saw Lin Che sitting on the bar counter. She had one leg up and was directly stepping on another bar stool. She was holding her knees. Her long and slender legs were so white and tender that not a single pore could be seen. She was only wearing a pair of hot pants and a white tank top. In front of her was a steaming hot bowl that emitted the fragrance. Obviously, she was eating supper. Chapter 15. But this posture, Gu Jingze saw that she had actually picked up her chopsticks, put the noodles into her mouth, and started eating. He closed his eyes. Lin Che turned around in shock. When she saw Gu Jingze, she almost fell off her chair. Gu Jingze, why don't you make a sound when you walk? She cried. She patted her chest and said, I thought it was a ghost. Gu Jingze said, Are you cooking? He didn't expect her to cook, and it smelled pretty good. Lin Che looked at the noodles in his bowl, nodded, and said, Yeah. This chef is making the most delicious food in the world. So it was instant noodles. And he actually thought that instant noodles smelled pretty good. Should he consider staying away from this uncultured woman? Gu Jingze said, So you don't know how to burn anything? Lin Che said, I'm pretty good at boiling water. It's never burned. Gu Jingze didn't know how this woman grew up. She didn't know how to cook anything. Lin Che said, "You came back so late. You must not have eaten. Do you want to eat something?" Lin Che pushed the bowl of noodles forward. Gu Jingze looked at the food in the bowl. It looked pretty good. There were vegetables, meat, eggs, and soup on top of it. It looked very attractive and appetizing. Gu Jingze didn't know what to say. "It's okay. I'm not hungry." As he said that, he couldn't help but lick his lips. Gu Jingze was stunned. Feeling Lin Che's smile, he took a deep breath and wanted to curse. "It's not good for the stomach to eat too late," he said. Lin Che said, "It's just once in a while. It's fine. I don't usually eat it. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll treat it as a reward." The noodles that she had picked up were already in front of him. She had a highly recommending expression on her face, and she smiled expectantly as she stuffed the chopsticks in front of him. The taste stimulated his taste buds, and his stomach began to churn again. He looked at her helplessly. Okay. I'll eat it." "Stay away from me," he said, compromising. She quickly stuffed the instant noodles into his mouth. He chewed a few mouthfuls and found it quite delicious. "It's too salty," he commented as he swallowed. Lin Che looked at him. Although he said that, he actually finished the bowl of noodles slowly and elegantly, one bite at a time. She was stunned. Gu Jingze only raised his head and looked at her indifferently. "What?" Lin Che said, "Haven't you eaten instant noodles before? Why do you look like you're eating a delicacy? I think you're just short of finishing the soup." "Yes." Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and asked doubtfully, "So what?" Lin Che said, "No, nothing." "That's right, you haven't even eaten instant noodles before. You're really low. Instant noodles are one of life's greatest delicacies. You almost missed it. Luckily you have me. Otherwise, you would definitely regret it to death." Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and said with an exaggerated expression. He looked at her indifferently and said, "This is junk food. Delicious junk food." Lin Che added. Gu Jingze shook his head and looked at Lin Che speechlessly. Lin Che patted her belly and said, "I'm full and in a good mood. I'm going to bed." Gu Jingze looked at her. "Looks like you're in a good mood." Lin Che said, "Of course. I'm going to be the third female lead soon. Although it's just the third female lead, it's going to be a super popular TV series. I'm going to be famous in the future. How can I not be in a good mood?" As Lin Che said this, he stood there happily, looking high and mighty, and happily placed his hand on his shoulder. Gu Jingze frowned and tilted his head to look at her hand. She didn't seem to realize it and continued to shout, "I didn't expect that Lin Che, would have such a good day. It's a pity that Lin Li is the second female lead. I don't know if I have any scenes with her. I hope not, because I'm afraid I'll vomit when I see her." Gu Jingze scanned her face, his gaze still landing on her dishonest hand. Then, he coughed dryly and looked up at Lin Che with a dark expression. Lin Che suddenly thought of something and lowered his head to look. "Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot." She quickly went over and patted her clothes, as if she was patting away the wrinkles. Then, seeing that Gu Jingze didn't seem to be uncomfortable, she bit the tip of her finger and said embarrassedly, I'm sorry. I'm a careless person. That's why I said that living with you might make you uncomfortable." Gu Jingze seemed to have thought of something. He looked at her and said, "So you still want me to move out?" Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and said in a serious tone, "Yes, we agreed that during our marriage, we'll build a supportive relationship. So don't worry, even if you move in with Miss Mo, I'll help you keep it a secret." Besides, you're usually very busy. If your family suddenly comes over, I have a reason to help you keep it a secret. For example, if you're away on a business trip or in a meeting, there are many ways. You just have to come back occasionally to check in. Anyway, if you want to leave with Miss Mo, you can go. Don't worry about your family finding out. I'll definitely help you get through it. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. His gaze was deep and indifferent. Lin Che's heart heated up under his stare. He felt that his gaze was too deep, as if he could see through a person's heart. His gaze was a little too sexy. But at this moment, Gu Jingze suddenly said, I won't move out. Gu Jingze said, it's too troublesome to move out and there's a huge loophole. I don't trust your acting skills. You're so stupid that you won't be able to keep it a secret for me. And if I move out and leave you here to deal with it, it'll be the same as putting my loophole in your hands. I'm not used to letting others decide my life and death, especially when it's someone with a low IQ like you. Lin Che said angrily, you can say whatever you want, but you can't insult me just because of a disagreement. What's wrong with my IQ? But it was understandable that he didn't trust her. After all, this matter concerned the safety of his beloved woman. He must be under a lot of pressure and he couldn't easily trust others, especially her. The two of them were entangled with each other like in a novel. Lin Che couldn't help thinking that she was the vicious supporting female character in the novel, who destroyed the relationship between the male and female lead and became a stumbling block. Gu Jingze walked out of the door indifferently. So you don't have to bother to drive me away. For now, our married life is set. You'd better get used to it and focus on how to be a good Mrs. Gu. Don't let your imagination run wild with other nonsense. Lin Che didn't expect that he would think of her like this. I'm doing it for your own good. I don't want to see a lover being separated, right? I. Gu Jingze couldn't help but stop and sneered. You're really considerate, he said. Chapter 16. She didn't hear the coldness in his words. She said nonchalantly, of course, we had a deal. Plus, I'm always considerate of others. Gu Jingze's face darkened. He didn't want to look at Lin Che anymore and went upstairs. The next day, Lin Che didn't see Gu Jingze when he woke up. He asked curiously, where's Gu Jingze? The servant said, Sir didn't sleep well at night. He left early in the morning. Lin Che thought that this person was so uncomfortable living with her, but he still insisted on living with her. Love was indeed powerful. In order to prevent Miss Mo from getting hurt, he was so patient. Thinking of this, he pitied Gu Jingze even more. However, Gu Jingze didn't come back for the next few days. Lin Che thought that Mo Huiling had said something that moved Gu Jingze. Did he not want to come back? If that was the case, it might be good for both of them. After all, they had disliked each other for too long. Living together was indeed uncomfortable for both of them. But why do I feel a little uncomfortable in my heart? She felt depressed when she thought of him being with a woman like Mo Huiling. It must be because Mo Huiling was too annoying. She didn't want Mo Huiling to get what she wanted at all. Lin Che's TV series would start filming soon. Lin Che would be playing the role of Chinihan. The first scene of the TV series would be filmed in the film city of B City. So, on the day of filming, they gathered in the film city. The name of the TV series was written on the sign on the door, Sword Emotions. This novel had been popular all over the country, so it had already received a lot of attention before filming started. And because the male lead of the TV series was Gu Jingyu, people were looking forward to it even more. The party was held here, and Lin Che came along. However, Lin Che didn't know how she had become so famous all of a sudden. The whole crew seemed to know that the role of Chinihan had been given to a newcomer, and that newcomer was her. Everyone present was considered a senior, so Lin Che could only raise his glass and toast to them. After a while, he was getting a little hot-headed. Just then, he heard someone say that Mu Firen was here. She was the female lead of this TV series and was also the top actress in the mainland. After she came in, she attracted the attention of most people. She was followed by a few assistants and managers. Wherever she went, she attracted the attention of the people around her. Lin Che looked at her and really felt that she was quite beautiful. This was the first time he had seen such a big-shot celebrity up close. Lin Che thought to himself, as expected of a big shot. There were so many fans outside cheering for her. Wherever she went, there was a group of people waiting on her. He was the center of attention. At this moment, Lin Li walked out. Her light yellow dress fluttered in the wind, looking refreshing and pleasant. After all, Lin Li was a popular star. Although she was not as famous as the leading actress, Mu Firen, she had just started and had a bright future. However, at first glance, she could tell that her aura was slightly inferior to Mu Firen's. After a while, someone said that Gu Jingyu had arrived. Ever since Gu Jingyu debuted, he had been popular all over the country. Now, he had become a household name for the newest male god. When he came out of the nanny van, the fans outside suddenly became noisy. The noise was deafening, which made the other stars inside envious. A super A-list star was indeed a super A-list star. She was followed by a group of people when she came out. Yu Minmin said to Lin Che immediately, "You have a lot of scenes with Gu Jingyu. Remember to get close to him. You can go and say hello to him later, so that it won't be awkward later." Lin Che opened his mouth and looked at Gu Jingyu, who was standing in the distance. He was tall and slim, with red lips and white teeth. He looked a little like Gu Jingze. Of course, she now knew that the two of them were brothers. However, Gu Jingze was her nominal husband. She felt that something was wrong when she met his younger brother like this. Before he could finish speaking, Yu Minmin had already pushed him forward. "Hurry up and go." Lin Che's eyes met with Gu Jingyu's familiar eyes. "Ah. Hello, Senior Jingyu." She could only bite the bullet and greet him. The director introduced Lin Che, who was playing Chinihan, to Gu Jingyu. Gu Jingyu looked at this newcomer with interest. He saw that Lin Che's expression was a little sluggish, but his eyes were clear and bright. His small face looked clean and natural. Because he was much fairer than the others, he was very eye-catching at first glance. In this circle where beauties were as common as clouds, he gave people a rare feeling. He smiled and said, "Hey, am I very scary?" "Ah. How can that be?" "No." "Then why don't you dare to look at me?" He smiled as he stared at her big eyes that were moving around cleverly. Of course, Lin Che felt uncomfortable, especially when she remembered that she wanted to give him medicine at first, but she laughed dryly and said, "How can that be? I'm just a little uncomfortable." "Oh, Senior Jingyu, please continue walking. I'll go out first." "Hey! Why are you running away?" Gu Jingyu looked at the director strangely. "Hey, do I look very scary?" The director scolded the tactful girl inwardly. "How can that be? You're the idol of so many people." Lin Che stood away from Lin Li, not wanting to meet her face to face. Fortunately, although they were filming the same drama, they didn't have any scenes together, which was exactly what she wanted. Lin Che just wanted to finish the scene quietly, and he didn't want Lin Li to affect his mood at all. Just as he was about to hide, Lin Che found a place to sit down. After a while, he heard a voice above him. "Hey, is there anyone sitting here?" Lin Che looked up and saw that Gu Jingyu was here. Lin Che said blankly, "No one is sitting here." Gu Jingyu sat down calmly. His legs were crossed, and he looked a little unruly. Although his face was as cold as Gu Jing's, it was different from Gu Jing's aloof elegance. He looked more unruly. In comparison, Gu Jing's was colder, and he was more licentious. Lin Che picked up the water and took a sip. Seeing that Lin Li was looking at him, he turned back. Gu Jingyu looked at her. "You're acting as Chinihan, right?" Lin Che nodded, looking very respectful and polite. This was how he should treat his senior. Gu Jingyu said, "Then we have scenes together." "Yeah, I've read the script," Lin Che said. Gu Jingyu looked at her face with interest. "Since we have scenes together, shouldn't we communicate our feelings first?" Lin Che looked up blankly. "But we don't have scenes together." Gu Jingyu was speechless for a moment. He just looked at Lin Che and said, "It seems that you've read all the scripts." "Yes," Lin Che said. Chapter 17. Gu Jingyu said, "There are a few parts that I don't quite understand. Do you want to explain them to me?" Lin Che blinked. "Actually, I only read my part in the script. If you don't understand, I'll get the scriptwriter to explain it to you. It won't be good if I distort the meaning in the script." Seeing that Gu Jingyu was just looking at her without replying, she asked again, "Did I say something wrong?" After all, it was Lin Che's first time playing such an important role. She was worried that she didn't understand some parts, so she was extra careful when dealing with senior. Gu Jingyu looked at her worried expression and sneered. He shook his head and said, "No, it's just that, thank you for being so considerate. You don't have to call the scriptwriter. Just ask them to come to my place later." Lin Che replied with an "oh" and sat down again. Noticing that Gu Jingyu had been looking at her, Lin Che looked up and asked carefully, "Senior, is there anything else?" "No." Gu Jingyu laughed dryly. "It's my first time seeing a newcomer as dedicated as you." Lin Che looked at him gratefully. "Thank you for your compliment. I'll learn from you, senior." Gu Jingyu said, "You must be very capable to be chosen for this role. I have high hopes for you." Yeah, if she wasn't really capable, with her IQ and EQ, it would be very difficult for her to survive in this industry. She couldn't even tell that he had deliberately given her a chance to get close to him. To say that she had IQ was an overestimation of her. Lin Che was touched beyond words. "Really? Thank you for your encouragement. I'll do my best." It seemed like she really got in with her ability. At the side, the director saw that Lin Che and Gu Jingyu were sitting together and couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong with Jingyu today? I thought you didn't like to communicate with others." The manager said in a low voice, "I'm not sure either." She booked a room inside and suddenly went over to sit there. "Hey, is the person talking to Jingyu a newcomer? I've never seen her before." Yes, she was invited this time as an exception. She has a good image and is very suitable for this role. At the party, many pairs of eyes looked over. They didn't expect that the famous Gu Jingyu, who was rumored to be cold and indifferent, would actually chat with other actors today. Moreover, the other party was a newcomer. Everyone looked at this newcomer curiously. "That newcomer is not bad. I heard that he was chosen as an exception. He's really good looking. It's easy for him to leave an impression." Hearing that, Lin Li gave them a cold look. Seeing that, the people behind her immediately shut up. Everyone in the circle knew that Lin Li had a bad temper, and they were afraid that she would cause trouble again. Although she didn't like Lin Li, no one could do anything to her because of her powerful background. Even when Lin Li sat in the middle, no one paid attention to her. Lin Li looked at them angrily and thought, "What's wrong with this little bitch? Does she know a big shot like Gu Jingyu?" She thought it was impossible. What did she do to have any connection with Gu Jingyu? Something must have happened for them to sit together. However, Gu Jingyu, who usually didn't care about others, sat there and seemed to be chatting with her. Lin Li still felt jealous. Especially when she saw that everyone in the room kept paying attention to that little bitch. Because of this situation, Lin Li felt even more uncomfortable. Lin Che did it on purpose. She must have taken the initiative to seduce Gu Jingyu. This little bitch actually had some tricks up her sleeve. The party continued. Lin Che walked through the long passage of the washroom and saw Lin Li at first glance. Lin Che. She looked at Lin Che from head to toe. She felt that there seemed to be something more to Lin Che recently. She seemed to be mature and charming. She didn't look like a child anymore, but more feminine. She sneered. I advise you to leave this crew. Lin Che looked at her coldly. You can leave if you don't feel comfortable. Why should I leave? Lin Li snorted. You better keep being stubborn. Lin Che, do you know what Qin Qing likes most about me? Do you know why he will never fall in love with you? He likes my femininity the most. He won't fall in love with you because you should go back and look at yourself in the mirror. If you don't have the money for plastic surgery, I can lend you some money to do it. But you don't have a pretty face, and you still use tricks to seduce people. That's your fault. Lin Che frowned and looked at her. What do you mean, Lin Li? Lin Li snorted. Stop pretending. Just now, you seduced Gu Jingyu. The whole crew saw it clearly. You still want to argue? Ha, you don't know what kind of person you are. How dare you seduce Gu Jingyu? Do you know who he is? Why would Gu Jingyu fall in love with someone like you? Tell me, Lin Li, don't blame others because you don't have the ability. Lin Che couldn't help but raise his voice. What's going on? Just then, a voice came from behind. Lin Che turned around and saw that Qin Qing had come. His heart skipped a beat. The moment he saw Qin Qing, he couldn't help but feel a little sour. He looked at Qin Qing and his expression softened. However, the next moment, Lin Li had already pounced on Qin Qing. I was just warning her not to be too casual in this industry. Just now, the whole crew saw how she seduced Gu Jingyu. If she does that, her reputation will be ruined. But not only did she not listen to me, she even shouted at me. I only tried to persuade her because she's my sister. Qin Qing looked at Lin Che in surprise. Gu Jingyu. Qin Qing seemed a little disappointed. Although she didn't believe it, she still comforted Lin Li, whose shoulders were shaking. Lin Che. Gu Jingyu is the third son of the Gu family. He's not only a star, but also the third heir of the Gu family. You probably don't know this, but it's better for you to stay away from the Gu family. Lin Che looked at Qin Qing, speechless. Lin Li enjoyed watching her in pain. Her complacent look made people feel uncomfortable. You can dream all you want. I still have something to do. You guys talk. Lin Che walked out without looking back. Qin Qing's face turned pale. She comforted Lin Li and quickly chased after him. When Lin Che's arm was pulled by Qin Qing, they were already outside. The dark night made her face appear even paler. Qin Qing looked at her fair and clean face, and it was as if she realized for the first time that her face looked as fair and tender as an egg with its shell peeled. It was so clear. Staring into her eyes, he said, I'm telling the truth. Lin Che, no matter what, there's a surname in Country C that we can't afford to offend. It's the Gu family. Gu Jingyu is the third son of the Gu family. Otherwise, how could he be respected by so many people? Chapter 18. Lin Che looked at Qin Qing. Perhaps it was because she was really drunk that she became more impulsive at this moment. What if I do? Qin Qing's expression froze. She sighed and said, Gu Jingyu might be okay. He has an elder brother, who is our current president, Gu Jingming. His second brother is the mysterious tycoon, Gu Jingze. These people usually do things that you and I can't imagine. So, in Sea Country, it's better to stay away from the Gu family. Do you understand? Lin Che felt even more confused. How would I know them? All right, let me go. You can go back and take care of Lin Li, don't worry about me. But, Qin Qing looked at her. Her slender hand pushed his hand away. The softness of her paw made him a little dazed for a moment. However, at this moment, Lin Li had already caught up from behind. Lin Che took one last look at Lin Li and sneered. Then, she walked out in a daze. Qin Qing looked worried as she watched her leave. However, Lin Li pulled him and asked, Is what you said just now true? Gu Jingyu has such a powerful background. Qin Qing was still looking in the direction where Lin Che left. Yes, but Lin Che seems to have grown up. He's not the little girl he used to be. Lin Li frowned when she heard that. She didn't want to hear him talk about Lin Che. She felt depressed when she thought about how Lin Che could sit together with Gu Jingyu, who was usually cold. Now that she knew that Gu Jingyu was not only a super A-list celebrity but also had a powerful background, she felt even more jealous. How could Lin Che attract Gu Jingyu's attention? Lin Che was caught by someone as soon as she walked out of the passage. She looked up and saw that it was Butler Hu. She couldn't help but smile. Butler Hu, why are you here? Madam, you're drunk. I'm here to take you home. Hearing someone call her madam, she felt even more amused. What kind of madam was she? In a daze, he was brought back home. When Gu Jingze heard the noise outside, he strode out of the door. However, as soon as he reached the door, a soft body pressed against him. By the time Gu Jingze realized what was going on, her soft breasts were hitting his chest. His heart skipped a beat, but then he saw that her cheeks were blushing, her eyelashes were trembling slightly, and her red lips were as tender as flower petals. Her earlobes were rubbing against his neck, making him itch from the inside out. Stunned, he stared at her. What happened? The smell of alcohol assaulted his nostrils. This woman seemed to have just come out of a wine jar. Hey! She looked at him. Gu Jingze was frowning deeply. His eyes were as deep as the sea of stars. Honey, I'm back. Gu Jingze could only support her. If he let go, she would definitely fall to the ground. The people around them felt a chill in their hearts. They were afraid that Gu Jingze would hurt his wife out of anger. Why did you drink so much? He asked unhappily, and then gave the people around him a look. The people next to him immediately left quietly, leaving the house to the two of them. Oh, we're having a kickoff party today, honey. Gu Jingze's face darkened. He felt that she was touching his hand. What did you call me? Lin Che took advantage of the situation and placed his hands on his body, wrapping them around his neck. Hubby, what else can I call you if not hubby? Aren't we married? Of course you're my hubby. Call me by my name. He lowered his voice. Say, you. Gu Jingze held her body with one hand and carried her into the bedroom. Lin Che was not obedient. She rubbed her face against his chest. She was like a kitten, which made Gu Jingze feel even more annoyed. After throwing her on the bed, he felt the heat on his body dissipate a little. He had just returned home and hadn't had time to change his clothes. The tie made him uncomfortable, so he reached out to pull it a little and looked at the disheveled woman on the bed. Seeing that she looked a little pitiful lying there, he lowered his head and moved her clothes a little so that it wouldn't be too uncomfortable. However, she pulled on his tie, and the next moment, he fell directly on her soft body. With his hands on his sides, he looked at her face that was suddenly magnified in front of him. Her delicate cheeks looked as if they had blushed and looked like a ripe apple. Her mouth was curled up, and her little tongue was licking out. That movement made him feel a tremor in his lower abdomen. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, but he felt that there was something wrong with his chest. He looked down and saw that her chest was against his. Her half-open neckline showed the white and cleavage inside, which was very obvious. Lin Che looked very shriveled, but there was meat in the place where there should be meat. It was the first time that Gu Jingze had seen a woman's body at such a close distance, and it was in such an indecent position. His eyes darkened, and he turned over to leave her body. He lay on his back and took a deep breath. He felt that his body seemed to be much better after changing his medicine recently. Facing Lin Che, it actually didn't flare up. He tilted his head, and the woman beside him temporarily behaved for a moment. Lin Che's skin was indeed much fairer than other girls', but she usually didn't take care of it very diligently. Her natural fair skin added a bit of beauty to her. She didn't have a disgusting appearance either. In fact, today, the smell of alcohol on her originally fresh face added a bit of charm. She looked like a flower that had just been taken, with a seductive color. At this moment, he saw that Lin Che suddenly became dishonest again. Damn it, who is it? Don't you want to turn on the air conditioner? She reached out to pull up her clothes. It's so hot. Listening to her rude words, Gu Jingze wanted to leave her here to fend for herself. However, when he turned back and saw her silly look, she still couldn't pull her clothes off. After thinking for a moment, he walked back. Stop it, I'll help you. He didn't know where to put his hands. He had never served any woman in his life. However, in the end, he still pulled up her clothes and unzipped it from the back. The color of her skin was immediately revealed, and it was a scene of spring. Lin Che felt a lot more relaxed, and she hurriedly tried to pull her clothes off. The basement with the lace hanging on it suddenly appeared in front of her. You! Lin Che! Did she still have any self-respect? Did she still remember that she was a woman? Chapter 19. Lin Che, can you wake up? Gu Jingze walked over and pulled Lin Che up, but he couldn't help but look at her flat stomach. Looking away, he gritted his teeth and said, Lin Che, wake up. Lin Che looked down at Gu Jingze. Hubby, you're so mean to me. Gu Jingze said patiently, I'm mean to you. Hubby, do you hate me? She looked at him and bit her lower lip until it was red. Gu Jingze's heart skipped a beat. He looked at her and didn't want to talk to her, but he still coaxed her patiently, all right, I don't hate you. Really? He picked Lin Che up. Lin Che used both her hands and feet and immediately leaned on him. Gu Jingze realized that he didn't have a rash, nor did he feel uncomfortable. He looked down at her head. She was leaning on his shoulder as if she was asleep, and her eyelashes were trembling. Actually, she wasn't a petite person. She was 1.68 meters tall and was considered tall among girls. But now that she was leaning on him, she looked very small and thin, which could easily arouse a man's desire to protect her. He put her down, but she hooked her arms around his neck again. His face was close to her flushed face after being drunk, and he could clearly smell her scent. A slight numbness passed through his body. Hubby, I want a hug. Gu Jingze said, do you know who you're talking to? Hubby, she said in a daze. Gu Jingze was speechless for a moment. Be good, stop it. He wanted to push her away, but he just reached out his hand and touched her soft hair. Hug. She was still murmuring. He had no choice but to lie down and hold her in his arms. Her little head rested in the hollow of his neck. He was stunned and his body instantly stiffened. But he heard Lin Che sigh and let out a satisfied sound. Not bad. Gu Jingze's body went limp. Gu Jingze finally put her down, and heard her still shouting with her eyes closed, "I want another hug." Gu Jingze frowned and touched his forehead. Why was this woman so clingy? Just then, the woman on the bed suddenly flopped. Gu Jingze turned around and saw that Lin Che had fallen to the ground. Although there was a thick carpet on the floor, it was obvious that Lin Che had fallen hard. She held her forehead and stood up, looking ahead blankly. When she saw Gu Jingze, she frowned and asked, "What's wrong, Gu Jingze? Why am I here?" She finally stopped calling him hubby. "You're drunk. When you wake up, get up, wash up, and sleep." Lin Che let out an "oh" and seemed to have thought of something. He got up from the ground and wanted to go to bed. However, his body was limp. He tried to climb up, but he couldn't. Seeing her clumsy appearance, Gu Jingze used up almost a year's worth of patience before he finally managed to persuade himself to walk over and directly carry Lin Che. Lin Che stared blankly, his face slowly turning red. Gu Jingze didn't look at her, but he could feel Lin Che's hands gripping his shirt tightly. Her long eyelashes moved slightly. He looked so handsome when he hugged her. She felt like she was suffocating and couldn't look at him calmly. She could only hold him like this, afraid that she would accidentally sigh. Lin Che tugged at his shirt, lifted her chin and slowly moved closer to his face. Gu Jingze lowered his head and saw her clear eyes. The fire in her eyes almost burned away his rationality. His eyes paused as he looked at her red lips. Her lips were plump, as though they were specially designed for kissing. The corner of his lips moved. He wanted to get up, but his body was so stiff that he couldn't move. It was as if her lips were the only thing left in his eyes. He slowly moved down. But just then, ouch, Gu Jingze felt a warm sensation on his chest. Something was already flowing up, she vomited on him. Gu Jingze couldn't take it anymore. He dragged her to the bathroom and threw her into the bathtub. He picked up the shower head and splashed it on her head. "You're so dirty. Can't you act like a woman? How can a woman be like you? You drank so much, came back and threw up on me." Lin Che's eyes stung with water. Her eyes felt even more uncomfortable. She almost cried. Gu Jingze wanted to get out, so he got into the water himself. He held her down and scrubbed her body. Lin Che had a great time soaking in the water. She found a comfortable place and lay down. She rested her head on his arm and fell asleep quietly. Her eyes were closed, and her lips were curled up. Her cheeks were red from the warm water, and it was as if she had applied the best rouge. Her long eyelashes were covered in mist, and they condensed into pearls. Gu Jingze's throat moved. He finally moved his eyes away from her face. He really wanted to stop caring about her. She was such a troublemaker. She was so worrisome. But when he looked back at her in the water, she looked like a cooked prawn. He thought about it and walked over to her. He picked her up. The next day, when Lin Che woke up, her body was in so much pain. She covered her head and got out of bed. She looked down. Why was she naked? Her head was hurting like hell, but she still couldn't remember what ridiculous thing she had done yesterday. She was drunk, hugged Gu Jingze and didn't let go, and threw up on him. Lin Che didn't want to sleep anymore. She quickly grabbed her clothes and ran out of the room. When she got outside, she saw the helper coming out with a bowl of hangover soup. "Madam, you're awake. The hangover soup is ready." Where's your master?" Lin Che asked in a small voice guiltily. "Why aren't you calling me hubby?" A clear voice came from behind. Lin Che turned around. Gu Jingzi suddenly walked up from behind. His long legs strode forward. His eyes were deep and mesmerizing, and his expression was as cold as ice. Chapter 20. Lin Che wished that she could find a hole to hide in. She looked at him and rubbed her hands together in embarrassment. Last night, to be exact, it should be this morning, because when you came back, it was already in the wee hours. He held the white porcelain coffee cup, put it to his lips, and gently took a sip. All right. Lin Che said softly, sorry. I was drunk. I forgot what I did. Lin Che was going to play dumb. Gu Jingzi looked up at her. You didn't do anything. Really? Lin Che said quickly. Gu Jingzi's eyes flashed. Or do you wish you did something? No. It's best if you didn't. Lin Che lowered her head guiltily. Gu Jingzi narrowed his eyes and stared at her. You seem to have forgotten everything. Lin Che said quickly, Yeah, I don't remember anything. Gu Jingzi moved closer and stared at her face with his dark eyes. You kissed me last night. Lin Che was shocked and said quickly, How can that be? I didn't. I clearly remember that I vomited before we kissed each other. After saying that, she seemed to recall something and hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand. Gu Jingzi raised his eyebrows. Looks like you didn't really forget everything. Lin Che was so embarrassed that she wanted to slap herself. Her face was red. She lowered her head and said, I'm sorry. I know. I'm already married, but I'm still like this. It's my fault. I was drunk last night, so I wasn't sober. I won't do it again. There's a future. Gu Jingzi raised his eyebrows. No, there won't be a next time. At least not during our marriage, Lin Che said quickly. Gu Jingzi glared at her and got up leisurely. He didn't look at her anymore and walked out. Lin Che sat there with her hands clasped together. She looked regretful. She actually called Gu Jingzi hubby and hugged him for kisses. She really wanted to die. She couldn't blame him for being so angry. They had agreed not to disturb each other, but she actually did such a crazy thing after getting drunk last night. They were only married by contract, but she actually dared to call him hubby. He was used to being high and mighty. Hearing someone call him hubby, his heart must have crumbled. Moreover, if he wanted to hear others call him hubby, he only wanted to hear Mo Huiling call him hubby. Why would he want to hear her call him hubby? Lin Che patted his head in annoyance. The helper saw this and hurried over. Madam, what's wrong? Lin Che said gloomily, I'm fine. I just have a headache. The servant whispered, Madam, Sir probably didn't sleep well last night, so he's not in a good mood. That's why he looks so pale. Madam, don't worry. Lin Che looked up. Didn't he sleep well last night? Don't tell me it was because of me. The servant said, No, Sir took a cold shower for half the night, so he didn't sleep well. What? Lin Che said speechlessly, Your husband really has a lot of weird habits. Why would he want to take a cold shower? The servant didn't know either. She could only guess and said, I saw Dr. Chin come over just now. Maybe Sir has changed his treatment plan recently. Lin Che shook his head and thought to himself, Gu Jingzi's illness is really troublesome. Meanwhile, in Gu Jingzi's study, Gu Jingzi looked at his doctor. I feel that there have been some changes in my body recently. Chen Yuqing had been treating Gu Jingzi for a long time. It had been more than 10 years since Gu Jingzi's illness started, so when he heard what Gu Jingzi said, he only asked calmly, What changes? It's just that I didn't feel too uncomfortable when I met Lin Che recently, and I didn't get a rash either. I'm wondering if it's because I've had an intimate relationship with her that I don't reject her so much. Chen Yuqing spread out his hands and said, I think it's possible. Gu Jingze frowned. I want a definite answer, not a possibility. Chen Yuqing could only say helplessly, Sir, your illness is very strange. You're probably the only case in the world, and I can only study you, so how can I give you a definite answer? Gu Jingze looked down and his expression was gloomy. Chen Yuqing sighed and said, But sir, it's not like you can't touch women. Your other bodily functions are still normal, so it's normal for you to have feelings for a woman. How is that possible? Gu Jingze looked at him. I already have Hui Ling, and Lin Che and I are just an accident. Then, you can try to have an intimate relationship with her again. Maybe you'll feel different. No, this isn't an experiment. Gu Jingze stood up, picked up his clothes and walked out. Lin Che wasn't an experiment either. Asterisk in the Western restaurant. Gu Jingze held a knife and fork elegantly and cut the delicate beef on his plate. A violin player was playing melodious music on the side, and the entire high-end restaurant appeared tranquil and full of atmosphere. Mo Huiling smiled and said, The food here is really delicious. Gu Jingze nodded. Yeah. Mo Huiling saw that Gu Jingze's expression wasn't right, and asked curiously, Jingze, why don't you look good today? Gu Jingze looked up slightly. Maybe I didn't sleep well last night. Mo Huiling's face fell slightly, and she looked at him with a slightly resentful gaze. Have you thought about my suggestion to move out and live with me? Gu Jingze's hand that was holding the fork paused. I'm still thinking about it. Mo Huiling put down her knife and fork angrily. Jingze, are you seriously thinking about it? Gu Jingze was a little annoyed at being questioned like this, but he thought that he could understand. It was normal for Mo Huiling to be so anxious. I'm thinking about it seriously, but I don't want to take the risk of being discovered by my family. You know that I'm not a person who likes to take risks. I prefer a comprehensive plan and absolute safety, instead of worrying about whether I'll be discovered every day. Are you afraid of being discovered, or you don't want to be separated from your wife at all? Mo Huiling couldn't take it anymore and said. Gu Jingze was stunned. Mo Huiling stood up immediately. If you don't want to be separated from her, then I'll leave. I'll quit. I'll fulfill your wish. How about that? With that, Mo Huiling picked up her bag and walked out without looking back. Gu Jingze put down his knife and fork and sat there, not chasing after her. Of course, he wanted to tell Mo Huiling that there was nothing between him and Lin Che, but there really was nothing between them. They had at least had the most intimate relationship, and that was something he couldn't deny. Very soon, he reached home. Before he entered the house, he seemed to hear Lin Che talking on the phone. Chapter 21. Auntie, I've already told you that I won't go back. Just give up, Lin Che said. On the phone, Han Kaiying didn't dare to be so arrogant because she couldn't see Lin Che. She said in a comforting tone, Lin Che, I'm doing this for your own good. There's nothing wrong with the Qing family. Although that idiot is stupid, he's from a good family. If you marry him, you'll have a good life and you'll be a mistress. You can buy whatever you want and they won't care about you. If your husband is sick, they won't care about you either. The Qing family will be yours. Lin Che sneered. If it's so good, why don't you let Lin Yu marry him? He didn't like Lin Yu, Han Kaiying thought. Let Lin Yu marry him. Lin Yu would be a proper mistress in the future. How could she marry into a family like that? Lin Che said coldly, Auntie, I don't care about being a mistress. I've already sent someone to get my things. I won't go back to the Lin family anymore. Hearing Lin Che's determination, Han Kaiying's voice suddenly became sharp. Lin Che, do you really want to cut ties with your family? Fine, you can go first. I'll pay you back the money I spent raising you since you were a kid. I raised you with all my effort and you want to leave now that you've grown up. Lin Che was speechless. Fine. I won't tell you how much money you should pay me to be a housekeeper. You gave me a place to live and I'll pay you back slowly. You. Lin Che, what's wrong with you? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Why did you go to Lin Li's crew? You wanted to compete with Lin Li so that Qing Qing would notice you, didn't you? Auntie, you're too imaginative. Lin Che didn't bother to explain to her. Han Kaiying scolded, how can you compare to Lin Li's little finger? You're still hoping that Qing Qing will like you. If you really don't want her, you should leave the crew immediately. Lin Che frowned. Get this straight. It's my job. I won't listen to you. If you want me to leave, I'll leave. You, Lin Che said. Furthermore, if you're really that afraid that I'll snatch Qing Qing away, then have your daughter keep an eye on her. What's the point of threatening me? After Lin Che finished speaking, he hung up the phone. She raised her head and unexpectedly saw Gu Jingze behind her. His pitch-black eyes were as deep as the sea, enchanting and mysterious. Lin Che looked at him awkwardly. Why don't you make a sound when you walk? It's basic manners to walk quietly. Does everyone have to be as noisy as you? Gu Jingze strode in with his long legs, looking elegant. Lin Che said speechlessly, yes, yes, yes. You're the most educated and I'm the least educated. Luckily, we're going to divorce sooner or later. Otherwise, if I were to be despised and educated by you for the rest of my life, I would really go crazy. Gu Jingze folded his hands behind his back. That's true. What? I'm the most educated, and you're the most beautifully educated. That's true, Gu Jingze said. You. Lin Che glared at him, snorted, and imitated a ladylike manner as she walked inside. Gu Jingze almost burst out laughing when he saw this. Lin Che turned back and said, don't you like this? Don't I look like you? Silly, he said. You're so stupid that it's no wonder you drugged the wrong person. Hey, didn't I say we won't talk about that anymore? Lin Che said with a puffed-up face. Gu Jingze looked at her, wanting to say something, but he couldn't help but ask, is that Qing Qing the man you like? The smile on Lin Che's face froze, and a hint of pain flashed across her eyes. Isn't it awkward to tell your wife about someone you like? No, he said. Lin Che was speechless. Okay, anyway. Yeah, it's okay for me to tell you. You don't know him anyway. Not everyone is so lucky that the person you like also happens to like you. He and I are childhood friends, but unfortunately, he has always liked Lin Li. Lin Che looked up and met Gu Jingze's deep eyes. For a moment, she felt as if that sexy gaze was going to penetrate her body. If you want, I can help you get him. Get him? Lin Che looked at him, puzzled. What do you mean? That's what I mean. If you want, I can make him like you and be with you. Gu Jingze's deep voice was overbearing. How can I make him like me? Lin Che said. Gu Jingze said, for example, make it impossible for him to get engaged to your sister, and put pressure on him so that he has to be with you. Forget it, Lin Che said hurriedly. Can't you make him marry Lin Li as soon as possible? That way, everyone won't think that I'm going to kidnap the bride. It'll be awkward for me. Gu Jingze frowned. That's not impossible, but are you sure you want to do that? I'm married now. Is it really okay for you to say this to a married woman? Lin Che saw his serious expression and interrupted him. Gu Jingzi said, "It's okay. I told you that I was the one who made this marriage happen. If you want compensation, I can give you some compensation. Other than money, this can also be counted as compensation. Forget it. Forget it, I just feel like I've heard enough of his name. Actually, love is just a part of life. My biggest wish is my career. I'll do my best in acting and make myself better. That way, better people will notice me and I'll meet a better man. As for Qin Qing, she'll just be a small interlude at most. Who hasn't met someone in their life that they can't get back, right?" "I haven't met anyone," Gu Jingzi said lightly. "Okay." Lin Che looked at him speechlessly, but she knew that he was telling the truth. Lin Che said, "Okay, I'll go take a shower first." "Okay, but if you change your mind, you can tell me at any time." "Thank you," Lin Che thought. No matter what, he still wanted to help her. Gu Jingzi said, "It's okay. I'm your husband, so I should think about you. Does that include finding a husband for your wife?" "Gu Jingzi, you're too kind." Lin Che couldn't help but laugh. Gu Jingzi looked at her sweet smile and paused for a moment. Then, he turned away and said, "That's right. I'll do what I promised you." When they first got married, he already said that he would make it up to her, and he did what he said. Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. She only felt that he was irredeemably sexy when he said, "I'll do what I promised you." She turned her head, blinked, and smiled faintly. No matter how good he was, he belonged to someone else. They would divorce sooner or later. Chapter 22. Lin Che went into the bathroom and took off her clothes to take a bath. The bathroom was bigger than her living room, and the jacuzzi tub was big enough for swimming. But she rarely used the tub because she wasn't used to it. Today, the tub was filled with hot water by the servants. She thought for a while, took off her clothes, and stepped into the tub carefully. She felt much more comfortable when she was in the water. But she remembered what the old lady and Gu Jingzi said. Qin Qing was going to marry Lin Li soon. He first met Qin Qing in school. He was the captain of the school's drum team, and she was the drummer. He sent her back to the Lin family because she was injured. On the way back, he was still thin and weak, and he carried her little chubby body. When they arrived at the Lin family, he was sweating profusely. She looked at him with heartache, thinking that he was the person who treated her the best in the world. They were still primary school students at that time. It was then that the Lin family heard that he was the second son of the Qin family, and they often invited him to the Lin family. Who knew that he would meet Lin Li that way? She soaked in the bath until her whole body felt lazy and sleepy. After she got up, she felt dizzy and her whole body fell into the bathtub. There was a crashing sound. Gu Jingzi, who was outside, heard the noise and hurried over. He opened the door and saw Lin Che trying to climb out. Her face was red and covered in mist, and she looked uncomfortable. Gu Jingzi was startled. He went up and fished her out. It was as if Lin Che had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. She wrapped her arms around his neck. Her wet body was tightly pressed against his chest, and his clothes were also half soaked. Gu Jingzi stretched out his long legs and carried Lin Che out in a few steps. He laid her flat on the bed and patted her cheeks. "What's wrong? Lin Che. Wake up." Lin Che gasped for air, and his dizzy head slowly recovered. Looking at Gu Jingzi, who was frowning deeply and his eyes full of worry, her heart skipped a beat for no reason. "I'm fine. I just feel dizzy." She covered her cheeks. "What did you do?" Gu Jingzi asked curiously. It's probably because I haven't had a bath before, so I decided to take a bath today. After a long time, I felt a little dizzy. I didn't expect that when I woke up, so that's how it is. Gu Jing's worries were mostly gone. He stood up slightly and noticed, Lin Che was naked. Her smooth skin was flushed pink from the hot water. Under such circumstances, the curves of her curvaceous body were even more distinct in front of him, especially her chest, which was so bright that it was impossible to ignore it. Gu Jing's heart skipped a beat. He felt a warm current pass through his head. Suddenly, his lower abdomen also swelled up. Forcing himself to look away from her body, he picked up the blanket and covered her with it. Lin Che also realized that he was wrong. At this moment, his face was so red that it looked like it was about to bleed. He grabbed the quilt tightly, and his heart was beating fast. Have you never taken a bath before? Gu Jingzi said. How can you feel dizzy after taking a bath? Lin Che said, of course. Do you think everyone is like you, born to enjoy everything? I've always stayed in the nanny's room at the Lin residence. There's no place for me to take a bath. Gu Jingzi looked at her deeply. How are you now? Lin Che glared at him. Turn around. I'll put on my clothes. Gu Jingzi turned his head helplessly. I've seen everything that needs to be seen. You. Lin Che was so angry that his face was boiling hot, and his little face was swollen. He hurriedly put on his clothes and felt a sense of security. Gu Jingzi turned his head and saw that her face was still bright red. Her lips were curled up even more because of the water. She wiped her wet hair with a towel. A few drops of water flowed down from the ends of her hair and landed on her fair neck. His throat moved slightly. He felt that his body was actually slowly warming up. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Hui Ling calling. He coughed dryly. He looked away from her and picked up the phone to answer the call. Hui Ling, what's wrong? He asked. When Lin Che heard Hui Ling's name, he turned his head and looked at Gu Jingzi. Gu Jingzi held the phone and heard Mo Hui Ling say, Jingzi, I've thought about it. What I said today was a little too impulsive. Don't be angry. Gu Jingzi said, no, I can understand, so I'm not angry. Mo Hui Ling said in a gentle voice, I'm angry because I love you too much. We've been together for so many years, and you know me best. I don't feel safe at all. I know that you'll be very worried when you're with her. I know that you're used to not leaving any leeway for the other party to exploit. You're also thinking for the sake of both of us. I'm too insensible. Upon hearing Mo Hui Ling's words, Gu Jingzi said, how could that be? Hui Ling, I didn't do a good enough job from the start. It's also because you don't feel safe because I haven't done enough. No matter what decision you make, I'll still support you. You know that I'll always be on your side. Thank you, Hui Ling, he said. By then, Lin Che had already dried her hair and was about to get the hairdryer when she moved her feet. She felt that she must have hurt her leg when she fell. The pain made her let out a sound, and she stopped in her tracks. Gu Jingzi noticed her movements and walked over with a frown. What happened? It's nothing. I might have hurt myself just now. I'll go get some lotion and wipe it, Lin Che said as she stood up. Gu Jingzi looked at her deeply for a while. Seeing that she was going to move again, he took a few steps closer and said, all right, don't move. With that said, he reached out and grabbed her waist, pulling her into his arms. Ayo! Her feet left the ground and she looked at Gu Jingzi's resolute face. From this angle, his chiseled cheeks and jawline were shockingly good-looking. Coupled with his deep eyes, he was perfect. Lin Che said, what are you doing? Behave and don't move. You're so stupid, he said as he lowered his head and glared at her. Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. She knew that he was helping her, so she didn't dare to move. After he put her down on the armchair, she raised her leg to take a look. The bruise on her ankle was very obvious. Gu Jingzi said, "That's weird. How did you survive all these years? How could you fall like this just from taking a shower?" Lin Che said indignantly, "I'm used to living a hard life. Can't I enjoy the life of a young mistress?" Gu Jingzi looked up and glared at her again. "Then start getting used to it now. Anyway, you'll be a young mistress for a few more years." Lin Che's heart warmed up again. Thinking about living with him for a few more years, she felt that it was a little unbelievable. Chapter 23. Gu Jingzi pressed the bell on the side and said to her, "Don't touch anything yourself. Press here, and a servant will come." This was the first time he had personally explained these things to her. She didn't even know these things existed in the past few days. She sighed as she looked at the button on the bedside table. "It's so nice to be rich. I can lie in bed for a day and not starve to death." Gu Jingzi looked at her. "You're rich now too." "I'm not," Lin Che said. Gu Jingzi said, "You have a rich husband like me. Of course you're rich." Lin Che's heart warmed when she heard this. But then she remembered that it was only a few years, so she thought for a moment and said, "Forget it. If I get too used to it, I won't be able to live a hard life after the divorce." Gu Jingzi looked at her helplessly. "You think too much." "Of course." Gu Jingzi thought for a moment, looked at her and said, "Don't worry. I'll give you a lot of money after the divorce. I won't let you live a hard life." Lin Che couldn't help but smile. "We'll talk about it when the time comes." Gu Jingzi felt annoyed by her words for no reason. Just then, the servant came in. Gu Jingzi ordered the servant to bring the medicine. Soon, the medicine was brought over. Just as Lin Che was lamenting about how convenient it was to be rich, Gu Jingzi had already squatted down and pulled up her foot with one hand. Lin Che was shocked. She struggled and said, "No, no, I'll do it myself." "Don't move." Gu Jingzi frowned. He raised his head and glared at the dishonest woman. Gu Jingzi said, "You've already fallen, so behave." Lin Che could only stop there. She watched as he took the medicine seriously. His slender and long hands held her ankle, and he tilted his head slightly as he applied the ointment on it. She couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in her heart. A serious man was indeed more handsome. She felt that the way he squatted down was simply too sexy and charming. She couldn't help but smile. She said, "I can do it myself. You're not used to being taken care of." He looked up. Lin Che said, "Yeah, I'm used to taking care of myself." Gu Jingzi looked at her with his deep eyes and said, "I'm your husband. It's clearly stated in the contract that we won't interfere with each other's love life. We have to live like a normal married couple." Lin Che looked at him with a smile. He suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong with marrying him. Although his heart belonged to someone else, this kind of life could be considered comfortable. Gu Jingzi carefully applied the ointment for her. Although she was tall, she was really not heavy. When he held her just now, he felt that she was really light, as if she had no weight at all. Looking at her two slender legs, he felt that she was really very thin. Her feet were small and cute, and her toes were very round. His fingers gently stroked it, as if he was stroking his heart with a tingling sensation. Seeing that he had slowed down, Lin Che lowered his head and asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Gu Jingzi looked up. "Oh, no, I'm fine now." Looking away from her toes, he stood up and walked out with the medical kit. Lin Che looked down at the wound. Gu Jingze was really meticulous. He applied the ointment so beautifully. Lin Che was drunk when she looked at him. Fortunately, the wound was only a little bruised. The next day, she was alive and kicking again. Her TV series started filming very soon. Lin Che went to the set very early. By the time she changed into her costume, the actors had already arrived one after another. Gu Jingyu naturally came very late. The moment he came in, he was followed by a large group of people. The little assistant at the side held her face in her hands and was infatuated. Gu Jingyu looks even more handsome in person than on TV. Yeah, his face is smaller in real life, and his eyes are even more charming. Lin Che raised her head and looked at him. Indeed, she felt that he was very handsome. The Gu family's genes were good. Soon, it was Lin Che's turn to walk in front. Lin Che hurriedly lifted her skirt and ran over. It was a little troublesome to wear ancient clothes. This was also a big production of a TV series, so the clothes were very exquisite. The clothes were heavy on her body, making it difficult for her to walk. Lin Che hurriedly ran over and accidentally stepped on something. Oh, you guessed our Firen's skirt. Lin Che only reacted when he heard someone calling him. He turned around and saw Mu Firen lifting her skirt. She looked at Lin Che and said with a smile, "It's okay." Lin Che hurriedly apologized, "I'm sorry." "I'm sorry, Sister Firen." Mu Firen looked at Lin Che and said, "You're the newcomer who plays Chinihan, right?" Lin Che hurriedly said, "Yes, Sister Firen." Mu Firen had a good temper. She patted Lin Che's shoulder and said, "Very good. I have high hopes for you. Keep it up." Lin Che was encouraged. He looked at Mu Firen happily and said, "Thank you, Sister Firen." Mu Firen soon left with the company of her assistant and the staff. The people behind looked at Lin Che with lingering fear. "You should have been more careful." Fortunately, Mu Firen is famous for her high EQ and good temper. Lin Che also had a good impression of her. He nodded and said, "Yeah, her temper is really good. No wonder she's so popular. In this circle, it's face and EQ that matter." Lin Che finished her scenes very quickly. Because she had just started, the scenes were very fragmented. After she finished her scenes, she moved a chair and found a place to sit and rest. Unlike others who had assistants and agents to take care of her, she was very relaxed sitting there. She looked at the script and pondered over the following scenes, looking very serious. Gu Jingyu had just finished her scenes when she turned around and saw Lin Che sitting there alone and looking down at the script. She found it very interesting. She waved her hand to stop them and said to her assistant, "I don't want to go to the lounge. There's a place here. Move the chair over for me. I'll sit there." The assistant was stunned and said to Gu Jingyu hesitantly, "Jingyu, that's the lounge for small actors. I'm also a small actor. Just go." "Don't talk nonsense," Gu Jingyu said as she walked over. "Hello, Lin Che," she lowered her head and called out. Lin Che looked up and was startled when she saw it was Gu Jingyu. She quickly stood up and said, "Senior Jingyu, hey, don't move. Sit down. We have a scene next and I'm here to practice with you." "Oh, okay, Senior Jingyu. But we have a scene next." She remembered that the scene would be filmed tomorrow. Gu Jingyu smiled and nodded. "Yes. I'm free. Let's do one more scene today." Lin Che didn't doubt him. She looked at Gu Jingyu and picked up the script. Chapter 24. Lin Che seriously went through the script with him. Gu Jingyu looked up at her from time to time and realized that she didn't even look at him. She really treated him like he was invisible. Gu Jingyu propped up his chin with one hand and looked at Lin Che carefully. Lin Che noticed that he had stopped. He looked up and asked curiously, "Senior Jingyu, why are you looking at me?" Gu Jingyu asked, "Do you think I'm ugly?" Lin Che said speechlessly, "How is that possible?" Gu Jingyu said, "Then why don't you look at me?" Lin Che pointed at his script. "But I want to read the script, so you still don't like me. Is it because you don't have a good impression of me?" Gu Jingyu thought. Was he not as charming as the script? Lin Che said speechlessly, "How is that possible? I've always liked you, Senior Jingyu. You're a role model in the industry. I respect you very much. My respect for you is like the surging waters of a river, flowing without end." Gu Jingyu said, "If it's true, you should be following me around from tomorrow onwards, serving tea and cooking porridge." Lin Che said, "Huh?" Gu Jingyu said, "Isn't that so?" Lin Che said, "But if I do all of this, won't your assistant be fired?" "Huh, so you're thinking of others?" Yeah. Otherwise, I would have been following you around." "Really, Senior Jingyu?" Gu Jingyu said, "All right, I'll reluctantly believe you." Lin Che quickly gave a fawning smile. Gu Jingyu said, "Forget it. It's uglier than crying." Lin Che retracted his smile. He felt very comfortable talking to him like this. Gu Jingyu was a little different from the rumors. He didn't seem difficult to get along with. For some reason, the entertainment news said that he was difficult to get along with. He didn't like to talk and didn't like to communicate with others. But looking at him like this, he was actually quite friendly. Gu Jingyu didn't stand up until they started filming again. He specially told the director that he was free today and that he would be filming the scene tomorrow. The scenes between him and Lin Che didn't involve any emotions. It was more like brotherly love. They had been rehearsing for half a day, so they were already familiar with each other. They almost finished the scene in one take. The director hurriedly complimented Gu Jingyu. "Jingyu's acting is really good. You passed it in one take without any hesitation." Gu Jingyu was already used to this kind of compliment. He took the water that his assistant handed to him without a care, took a sip, and said, "Of course not. I think Lin Che's acting is very good. It feels good to work with her. Not bad." He squinted his peach blossom eyes and smiled at Lin Che. The director was stunned. Then, he hurriedly said to Lin Che, Yeah. That's what caught our eye back then. Although she's a newcomer, her acting skills are really good and she has potential." When Lin Che heard this, she looked at Gu Jingyu gratefully. At a time like this, if someone could encourage her, it would make her happy for a long time. "Thank you, Senior Jingyu." "Thank you, Director," she hurriedly said. Gu Jingyu looked at Lin Che. "Don't call me Senior Jingyu. Just call me Jingyu." Lin Che smiled as she looked at Gu Jingyu. The more she looked at him, the more she felt that he was really a good person. However, the director was deep in thought. He looked at her meaningfully and felt that this young lady was really lucky. Why did Gu Jingyu, who had always been difficult to get along with, suddenly take care of her so much? When he first chose her, he only felt that her image was really suitable. It was refreshing and unforgettable. However, he didn't expect that Gu Jingyu would treat her so specially. After filming, Gu Jingza unexpectedly called and asked where Lin Che was. Lin Che asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Gu Jingza said, "I'm here to pick you up." Lin Che was stunned. She quickly told him the address. She didn't expect that Gu Jingza would actually come to pick her up. Soon, Gu Jingza arrived. The car he drove today was a low-key black Bentley. It looked very businesslike. However, the license plate number was still flashy. 12321. What kind of bad taste was this? Lin Che got into the car and asked, "Why did you think of picking me up?" Gu Jingze looked at her. She had just finished filming, but she still had makeup on. She looked like a lotus flower in clear water, very delicate and beautiful. Looking away, he said, "Oh, the Gu family wants me to bring you back, so I'm here to pick you up." Lin Che thought. So that's why. But he didn't have to explain it so clearly. Lin Che sat down at ease and said, "Why do you want me to go back all of a sudden? Is it really okay for me to go back?" Gu Jingze said, "You'll have to see them sooner or later." "What are you worried about?" Lin Che said, "What if they don't like me?" Gu Jingze looked at her. "They won't. As long as it wasn't Mo Huiling, they would like her," Gu Jingze thought. The Gu family's house was even bigger than Gu Jingze's. It looked like a deep courtyard, and it made people feel pressured. Gu Jingze seemed to see her nervousness and said to her, "My family won't eat you up. Just relax." Lin Che said, "Of course I'll be nervous when I meet my in-laws for the first time." Gu Jingze smiled. "It's rare for you to be nervous." Lin Che glared at him. "Of course. I told you that I'm very professional. Since I've agreed to be your wife, I'll definitely do my best. This includes making your family like me." Just then, they saw the iron door open and the butler come out to welcome them. "Second young master, young mistress." The butler respectfully led the two of them inside. Looking at the strict security inside, he felt even more pressured. After entering the door, it was decorated in a modern style. The marble floor was glowing. Before they could take a few steps, a woman with an excellent temperament walked over first. "Lin Che, right? We've finally met. Jingze has been too secretive these few days. Otherwise, I would have gone over to see you long ago," she said as she held Lin Che's hand warmly. Gu Jingze introduced, "This is my mother." Upon hearing this, Lin Che quickly smiled and said, "Mom." Mu Wanqing heard this and immediately smiled. Good wife. You called me Mom, so Mom has to give you a red packet." As she said this, a servant at the side handed her a red packet that had been prepared beforehand. Lin Che was surprised and a little embarrassed, but Gu Jingze just stood there and nodded at her quietly. She had no choice but to keep it. Thinking that this was probably their family etiquette, she smiled and replied, "Thank you, Mom." Okay. Come, let me introduce you." Mu Wanqing pulled Lin Che over to introduce a white-haired, red-faced old man who looked very dignified at first glance. She said that this was Grandpa. Lin Che called him Grandpa and heard Gu Jingze calling him Grandpa respectfully. Then, a pile of red packets was stuffed into Lin Che's hands. Gu Xiande looked at Lin Che. It was his first time seeing her, but his gaze was very satisfied with her eyes. Then, he nodded and said, "Good girl, live well with Jingze." Chapter 25. As she spoke, Mu Wanqing said from behind, "Take young mistress inside to change. Jingze is so careless. This dress is too thin. It's uncomfortable to wear it at home." The servant respectfully invited Lin Che to change his clothes. Gu Jingze watched her leave and heard Gu Xiande say, "This girl is not bad." Gu Jingze said, "Is she not bad because she's not Huiling?" Gu Xiande looked at Gu Jingze. "She looks clean and pure. She's a good girl. She's like heaven and earth compared to your Huiling." Mu Wanqing smiled and said, "Yeah, I liked this girl the moment I saw her. Your grandfather never praises people. If he says she's good, she must be good." Mu Wanqing was right. Gu Xiande was very strict with people and wouldn't praise them easily. For Lin Che to be praised by Gu Xiande was indeed very rare. Gu Jingze didn't expect Lin Che's family to like him so much. Mu Wanqing said, "Since you're here, you can stay here tonight." Lin Che was shocked. He looked at Gu Jingze, but he didn't expect Gu Jingze to agree without hesitation. Okay. Lin Che felt as if 10,000 curses were flying through his heart. It wasn't until Gu Jingze brought Lin Che into his room and the door was closed that Lin Che looked up and asked Gu Jingze, "Why are you staying here?" Gu Jingze said, "Is there anything wrong with staying here?" Lin Che said, "Of course. I'm not used to staying here." Gu Jingze looked at her. "What else can we do? Tell them that we're going back to stay. Isn't that a little too obvious?" Lin Che said, We can say that we're newlyweds and we're worried that we'll disturb them." Gu Jingze said, "The room is highly soundproof. There's no problem." Lin Che was completely speechless. He looked at him and thought to himself, that's what she meant. Anyway, she could just find a random reason. Who knew that he would answer so seriously? Lin Che could only look at him and look around the room. It wasn't as big as the Gu family's. It was a suite with a bedroom inside and a simple study outside. There was a bed and a large desk chair, but no sofa. Lin Che rubbed his forehead gloomily, wondering how he should sleep at night. Gu Jingze had already taken off his coat. He looked at the bed and said to her, "I'll sleep on the floor tonight." "You can sleep on the bed." When Lin Che heard this, she was startled. She did not expect him to take the initiative to suggest sleeping on the ground. This made her feel a little touched, but she was also a little embarrassed. "I'll sleep on the ground. Anyway, I just need to lay a little more blanket." As she spoke, she walked to the wardrobe and opened it, only to find rows of his clothes hanging inside. They looked beautiful and expensive, but there was not a single quilt. Heavens, wasn't their family doing this on purpose? Lin Che said speechlessly, "Maybe he can't sleep on the floor, so he only left a bed for me. Otherwise, I could get someone to send a set in." "Did you tell them that we're sleeping in separate beds?" Gu Jingze asked. Lin Che said, "Then what do we do now?" Gu Jingze couldn't help feeling a little annoyed when he saw that she was so eager to get rid of him. He took off his coat and threw it on the bed. "I don't care what you do. I'm going to sleep anyway." Lin Che looked at him. Didn't this person just say that he was going to sleep on the floor? How did he know that there was no quilt and was about to snatch the bed? "No, I want to sleep on the bed too." "You're the one who wants to sleep here. You think of a solution." She didn't believe that he couldn't solve this problem. As she said this, she jumped onto the bed and crawled under the quilt. She rolled around and raised her chin at him provocatively. "Now the bed is filled with my smell. My germs, my everything. Humph, do you still want to sleep here?" As she said this, she licked her hand and wiped her saliva on the quilt. Gu Jingze's face darkened. "Lin Che, what are you doing?" Lin Che raised his head and said, "What's wrong? Haven't you seen how a puppy declares its territory? It just pees to prove that it belongs to it. I'm doing the same thing now. This bed is mine now." Gu Jingze pointed at the quilt. "I mean, what were you doing just now?" "Wiping my saliva." "Why? Do you want some?" Gu Jingze felt uncomfortable when he thought of her wiping her saliva on the quilt. He glared at her, turned around, opened the door and walked out. Lin Che laughed loudly. "Are you admitting defeat just like that? Gu Jingze, can't you do it?" She rolled around on the bed proudly. However, at that moment, she suddenly saw the door open again. Gu Jingze directly walked in. His fierce gaze landed on her body, causing her to feel a little guilty and step back. "Hey, Gu Jingze, what are you doing?" "I was just joking," she said hurriedly. Gu Jingze jumped onto the bed and pulled Lin Che up. He easily carried her on his shoulder. Gu Jingze's body was very strong. He looked tall and big. When he really moved, it was clean and neat. Lin Che struggled on the bed. Gu Jingze, what are you doing? Let go of me. Her little fists hit his body, but it was useless. The door opened. Lin Che was immediately thrown out of the bedroom and into the small study outside. Seeing the door close in front of her, Lin Che banged on the door angrily. Gu Jingze, are you a man? Why are you snatching a woman's bed? Sorry, I don't see how you look like a woman, Gu Jingze said bluntly. Lin Che was so angry that she felt like her lungs were on fire. Yes, I don't look like a woman. Your Hui Ling looks like a woman. Gu Jingze said straightforwardly, that's right. Lin Che's heart sank. Then go and find her. You can't find her, so you come and bully me. Gu Jingze was annoyed when he heard what she said. He said straightforwardly, do you think I would still be here if I could? You, Lin Che looked around. Indeed, there was only one big office chair. It was impossible to sleep on. The carpet was very comfortable. She sat down and tried it. It was also very soft. However, she couldn't sleep here. Lin Che looked around and saw that it was very soft. Gu Jingze, do you really have the heart to let me sleep here? It's so cold here. Inside, Gu Jingze's heart softened when he heard Lin Che's voice suddenly soften. However, looking at the messy bed, he still couldn't help but feel angry. He walked over and lifted the blanket. There was indeed her scent on it. It was a little fragrant and made his heart flutter. How can a husband treat his wife like this? Gu Jingze, are you really so heartless? Gu Jingze lifted the blanket and thought of her saliva on it. He couldn't help but feel even more uncomfortable. He said angrily to the outside, you're so tall and strong. Sleeping outside for a night won't hurt you. You. Lin Che was completely in despair. He lay there and thought speechlessly, Gu Jingze, just you wait. You have Mo Huiling in your heart, but you're so heartless to other women. Chapter 26. Gu Jingze, if you want Mo Huiling so much, just elope with her. What kind of man are you to vent your anger on me? You don't have the guts to go against your family, and you don't have the guts to tell Mo Huiling that you married me because of her. You're a gutless man. Lin Che cursed angrily. Then, he heard the door click, and it was completely locked, and Gu Jingze didn't make a sound. Lin Che lay there for a long time, but Gu Jingze didn't respond at all. Lin Che hugged her arms and couldn't help wondering if what she said just now was a bit too much. Actually, it was understandable for him to be angry. Her mistake had changed his original life, so he must be angry. If it wasn't for her, maybe his family wouldn't have forced him like this, and they wouldn't have used Mo Huiling to threaten him to get married immediately. It was because of Lin Che that his family saw hope, so they were so anxious. However, Lin Che was also very unlucky. She had just wanted to create a scandal, but she had inexplicably contributed her first time to someone else. Thinking about it made her depressed. As his thoughts ran wild, Lin Che finally fell asleep after a tiring day. Gu Jingze was in the room, listening to the sound outside gradually die down, but he couldn't fall asleep with his arms as a pillow. He didn't open the bedroom door until he was about to go to the bathroom. Lin Che was curled up in a ball at the door, looking very uncomfortable. Gu Jingze walked over and looked at her quietly. After a while, he lowered his head and reached out to carry her. Lin Che was indeed very light. In her arms, it was as though he weighed nothing at all. His face was scrunched up in his sleep and looked a little round. It didn't look like he had a sharp chin when he stood up. Looking at her now, he looked more like a baby with a sweet sleepiness. From time to time, he would stick out his little tongue and lick his cherry-red lips. He carried her to the bed, looked at her speechlessly, shook his head, and went into the bathroom. When he came out, she was still in a deep sleep. He lifted the quilt and got in, thinking that it was only one night, and the two of them would just have to make do with it. Unexpectedly, Lin Che's sleeping posture was not very good that night. Just as Gu Jingze was about to fall asleep, a hand slapped him on the body. He lowered his head and gritted his teeth as he stared at her slender hand. He pushed it aside and rolled over, too lazy to bother with her. After a while, just when he was feeling a little sleepy, he felt a foot directly placed on his leg. Just like that, he fell asleep and woke up. After an unknown period of time, he seemed to have gotten used to her attacks and slowly, he fell asleep. He woke up early in the morning. Lin Che was surprised to find that he was actually on the bed. But she couldn't remember how she had come up. Could it be that Gu Jingze suddenly felt guilty and brought her up? However, Gu Jingze was nowhere to be seen in the room. Lin Che hurriedly ran out and saw that the family was already seated and eating in the dining room. Gu Jingze was stupefied as he ate his breakfast. He didn't even look at Lin Che. Mu Wanqing smiled and called out to Lin Che, "Come and sit down." Lin Che secretly glared at Gu Jingze. Didn't this guy deliberately embarrass her? He didn't wake her up in the morning and made her the last person to arrive at the restaurant. Lin Che sat down and said embarrassedly, "Sorry, I woke up late." Mu Wanqing smiled and said, "It's okay. You must be exhausted at night. Jingze felt sorry for you and didn't wake you up. It would be strange if he felt sorry for her." She looked at Gu Jingze. He was just holding a spoon elegantly and eating like a noble Persian cat. Every movement was so meticulous and beautiful. He just didn't look at her. Mu Wanqing's ambiguous words made Lin Che feel even more guilty. She was very tired at night because she had argued with Gu Jingze for almost half the night, but in the end, she still couldn't win against him. She was really mentally and physically exhausted. Thinking of this, Lin Che couldn't help but glare at Gu Jingze. This time, Gu Jingze caught her gaze and turned back to roll his eyes at her. When Mu Wanqing saw this, she immediately laughed. It seemed that the two of them had a lot of interaction. When the two of them got married, she was worried that Gu Jingze's personality was too cold and that the two of them might not have a good relationship. Now, it seemed that they got along quite well. Gu Jingze was different from his two brothers. He didn't like to talk or pay attention to others. He was arrogant and insufferably arrogant. Usually, he wouldn't have any reaction no matter which girl he interacted with. Now that he was interacting with Lin Che like this, it was really surprising. Mu Wanqing said, "Lin Che, you're too thin. Eat more." As she said this, she quickly picked up some food for Lin Che. Lin Che quickly said, "No need, no need. Mom, you can eat by yourself." "No, you're too thin," Mu Wanqing said. "When you come to our house, you have to fatten up." Lin Che said, "Won't I look better if I'm thinner?" Mu Wanqing said, "You look better if you're fatter." "Why? Who would dislike you? Would Jingze dare to dislike you for being fat?" Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. She was indeed a little thin. Her arm was on the table, and it looked as if it would break if he broke it. "Why would I dislike it?" he said. Mu Wanqing said, "See. I told you Jingze wouldn't dislike it." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze. Of course he wouldn't dislike it. After all, it was a fake marriage. It was fine as long as his Huiling didn't get fat. Lin Che curled his lips and said, "Mom, don't listen to him. Men are all like that." They say they like you whether you're fat or not, but in their hearts, they still like you to be thin. Mu Wanqing was stunned when she heard this. Then, she laughed out loud. There was a burst of laughter at the dining table. Mu Wanqing looked at Lin Che. She really liked him more and more. His words were interesting, and he was very refreshing. He wasn't pretentious at all. After the meal, Mu Wanqing asked someone to bring a lot of food for them before sending them out reluctantly. Lin Che and Gu Jingze walked back to the Gu residence. In the car, Lin Che pulled Gu Jingze and said, "I didn't expect your mom to be such a good person. You made it sound like it was very difficult. You scared me to death." Gu Jingze saw that she was happy and looked at her deeply. He was also very surprised. It seemed that everything had gone smoothly when she returned home. It could be seen that both her grandfather and mother liked her very much. However, he couldn't help but say, "As long as it's not Imo Huiling, my mother likes it." As expected, Lin Che turned around and glared at him. She curled her lips and thought, what a jerk. Lin Che remembered that she still had a lot of red envelopes to open, so she picked them up and opened them. When she opened them, she saw that the thick red envelope wasn't wrapped in money, but in land deeds. She opened it in surprise and was stunned. It turned out that the red envelope from her family was a piece of land in the mountains behind B City. The red envelope from her grandfather wasn't filled with money, but a house in the city. Lin Che exclaimed, "Oh my God, is this a red envelope?" Chapter 27. Gu Jingze only took a glance at it and continued to look ahead uninterestedly. "It's the deed to the land and the house. What's wrong with it? Your family is too generous," Lin Che said. Gu Jingze said, "As the young madam of the Gu family, this is what she deserves." Lin Che said, "So you're giving them all to me?" Gu Jingze said, "Of course." Lin Che looked at the deed and looked up. "Then I'm so sorry. They're too expensive." Gu Jingze said, "Just take them. They're for the young madam of the Gu family and you are, so you don't have to be embarrassed." Lin Che thought that he was right. She smiled and looked at the two red envelopes. "Seems like it's good for me to put up with your bad temper." Gu Jingze looked at her. "Miser." Lin Che was in a good mood. She turned and said, "Why else would I get married? It's either for love or for money. Love is obviously not reliable with you. Money is more reliable." Gu Jingze shook his head speechlessly. He saw that she was smiling so much that her eyes were squinting and her cheeks were rosy. She looked a little cute. He fixed his gaze on her and turned his head. Just then, his phone rang. It was Imo Huiling. Gu Jingze couldn't help but glance at Lin Che. Seeing that she was still looking at the deed, he picked up the phone. However, his voice was much softer than usual. "What's up? Jingze, you promised to celebrate my birthday tonight. I'll book a restaurant for you. What do you want to eat?" "You decide on your birthday," he said. "Okay, then I'll book the Western restaurant that we usually eat at." "Okay." "Jingze, are you not feeling well? Why are you talking so softly?" Imo Huiling asked curiously. Gu Jingze glanced at the person next to him again. Seeing that she was looking at him, he couldn't help but feel guilty. He said to the person on the phone, "It's nothing. We'll talk when we get back. Let me know when you decide." "Oh, okay." Imo Huiling hung up. Gu Jingze put away his phone and looked at Lin Che. "What are you looking at?" Lin Che naturally heard it. He was going to talk to Imo Huiling, so he pretended to be calm and shrugged. She said, "It's nothing. There were only the two of us in the car." Who else would I look at if not you? As she spoke, she lowered her head to touch the title deed again, looking very engrossed in it. Gu Jingze took a deep breath and turned his head away. Lin Che thought to himself, forget it, it was a fake marriage anyway, what does it have to do with me if he goes out with someone else? Money was still the most reliable. Soon, he arrived home. However, as soon as the car turned a corner, it suddenly felt a car crashing into it. In just an instant, the car was knocked to the side, and smoke immediately came out from the front. The cars that were secretly following them immediately rushed over. They opened the car doors and saw Gu Jingze and Lin Che hugging each other tightly. At that moment, Lin Che had no idea what had happened. It was only when she lay on his hard body that she felt a little more awake. She saw that the car was in a mess, and Gu Jingze's expression was grave and cold. His gaze seemed to be in a trance for a moment before it focused on Lin Che's face. She quickly said, Gu Jingze, how are you? Are you okay? The car had crashed into her from his side, and she was scared out of her wits. However, Gu Jingze only stared at her pale face. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and grabbed her hand. There was an obvious tear on her leg, and the flesh was badly mangled. Gu Jingze's face immediately darkened. Get out of the way. Madam is hurt. Gu Jingze's voice was a little hoarse. Before the people outside could react, he had already grabbed Lin Che's arm and carried her out from under the car. At that moment, she was the one who had thrown herself at him without a care in the world. Otherwise, he would be the one injured now. Lin Che only felt a wave of pain in her body after he carried her up. Then, it became more and more intense. The people outside were shocked. Seeing Gu Jingze carrying Lin Che and walking out quickly, they hurriedly followed behind him. In the hospital, Lin Che was weak because she had lost too much blood. She looked at Gu Jingze, who was beside her, and felt his hand holding hers. She didn't know why, but she didn't feel as much pain when she felt the warmth of his palm. However, when she lowered her head, she saw that the white shirt he was wearing had been stained with blood. She couldn't help but laugh. Looking at his frosty face, she said, Gu Jingze, I'm not going to die, am I? Gu Jingze's heart turned cold, and he couldn't help but frown. He looked at Lin Che coldly, but he didn't dare to be so fierce. What nonsense are you talking about? You won't die. But I've lost a lot of blood, she said. The doctor is treating you. You've only cut the main artery in your leg, so there's a lot of blood. Ah, aorta, it sounds scary. Tell me, if I die, will you be able to be free immediately and live with your Miss Mo forever? Gu Jingze's face darkened. His dark eyes were turbulent, and his brows furrowed even more. Shut up. I won't let you die. Now that he heard Mo wheeling, he actually felt a little impatient. He didn't want to mention her, and a feeling of not wanting to talk about her surged in his heart. If it wasn't for her call, he wouldn't have been so distracted that he didn't notice the abnormality outside. Lin Che said, really? But I'm in a lot of pain. Gu Jingze looked at her wrinkled little face. It was as pale as a sheet of white paper, and her little lips were pressed together weakly. Her appearance made his heart wrench even more. He looked up and said, didn't you hear? Madam said she's in pain. Get the doctor to treat her quickly. Qin Hao, who was following beside him, saw that Gu Jingze's expression was dark, and he quickly turned around to ask the others to speed up. Gu Jingze's gaze was fixed on Lin Che's face. Seeing that she seemed to be enduring it and had turned her head away, his eyes darkened. His large hands turned her face, and he pinched her delicate chin. His gaze was dark. Look at me. Don't think too much. Yeah. She hummed, but she still couldn't help but feel the pain. Gu Jingze's gaze landed on her shriveled lips due to excessive blood loss. Her lips were slightly parted and her breathing was heavy. He furrowed his brows and pinched her chin. He leaned forward and pressed his lips against hers, which were constantly parting and closing. Chapter 28. Lin Che's mind went blank as if blood was rushing to her head. She only regained her senses when his cool lips brushed past her lips, leaving behind a moist trail. He kissed her, and he even kissed her. He forcefully pried open her pearly white teeth. He almost robbed her of her breath, not giving her any space to think. Their tongues collided. He curled the tip of her tongue and sucked hard. Her blood seemed to flow in reverse, and a numb feeling spread throughout her body. Lin Che's eyes widened as she watched his perfect face come closer. A wave of fragrance surrounded her. It was hot and ambiguous, making her forget about the pain. She clenched her fingers. His strong hand was still in her palm, and the heat was transmitted to her hand. She didn't feel any pain until the doctor finished stitching her wound. Until Gu Jingze slowly let go of her lips. Her taste was as sweet as she remembered. He let go, but there was still a lingering desire between his teeth. However, when the doctor stood up and said that everything was fine, Lin Che, who had lost a lot of blood due to the surge of adrenaline, was still very energetic. But now, it was like a broken bowstring. She just let go and lay there unconscious. When Lin Che woke up, she saw that the room was blue, and all kinds of instruments were beating in the room. She was stunned. She tried to get up, but she felt pain from the wound below, and her hand was still held by someone. She then saw that Gu Jingze was lying on the side of the bed, asleep. He opened his eyes when she moved. "What's wrong?" He looked at her nervously. "Is something wrong?" He looked a little tired. Lin Che couldn't help but wonder if he had stayed here with her for the whole night. Lin Che said hurriedly, "No, it's nothing. It's just a little wound." Gu Jingze heard this and stood up quickly. He lifted the blanket to look at her wound. It was still tightly bandaged. It seemed like there was no problem. He exhaled and frowned at her. "Be careful. Don't move around." She had been muttering the whole night, and her moans made him feel uncomfortable. He could only hold her hand and guard her for the entire night. When it was almost morning, he couldn't take it anymore and fell asleep. Qin Hao couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to ask him to go to the ward next door. However, as soon as he moved, Lin Che would snort a few times. He raised his hand and asked Qin Hao to leave. He stayed there to watch her for the whole night. Fortunately, the doctor said that it was only a ruptured aorta, and the bleeding had been stopped and repaired in time. However, the bleeding from the aorta there was too much. Even if the bleeding was stopped immediately, she still lost too much blood. That was why she was so weak. The doctor also said that the bleeding in the aorta was extremely dangerous. If it wasn't treated in time, she might die very quickly. Lin Che felt much better. She looked at the luxurious special ward. If it weren't for the many machines, it wouldn't look like a ward at all. She knew that she should be fine now. As she heaved a sigh of relief, she suddenly remembered something. Where's my land deed? Where's my house deed?" Gu Jingze looked at her speechlessly. "I don't know." Lin Che was shocked. "It can't be." At that time, she was in a hurry and didn't know where she had thrown it. Did no one help her put it away? Lin Che said, "What happened?" "It's such an important thing." Gu Jingze looked at her deeply. "Alright, if it's really that important, why didn't you hide in a corner with your land deed? You even threw them away and jumped on me." He felt a little guilty towards her. He didn't expect her to have such a reaction. Lin Che blinked. "I forgot what happened." Maybe I was impulsive. Gu Jingze looked at her. Don't do that next time. It's too dangerous. Lin Che said, of course, with this lesson, I'll know next time. It's not the first time I didn't know where to hide. Gu Jingze shook his head. Lin Che said, oh yeah, can I get a new land deed and house deed? Of course. It's your name, so it's yours. That's great. Lin Che heaved a sigh of relief. Gu Jingze said, all right, miser. Since this matter has been resolved, you should eat something. The doctor said that she could eat when she woke up, so he had already asked his family to prepare something for her. She still wanted to move, but Gu Jingze held her down. I'll feed you. Don't move. Lin Che looked at him in surprise. Gu Jingze had already put down the small table. He picked up a spoon and carefully scooped up a spoonful of porridge. He blew on it before passing it to Lin Che. Lin Che looked at his series of actions. It was really beautiful, and she couldn't help but smile. She opened her mouth and ate it, but she couldn't help but bite the spoon. Gu Jingze frowned. He looked at her lips. They were more rosy than yesterday, and they were moist from the porridge. His throat moved, and his brows deepened. Oh. Sorry. She didn't notice the difference in Gu Jingze. She swallowed the porridge in her mouth and said vaguely. Gu Jingze said, can you be more careful when you eat? Although he sounded impatient, he still reached out to wipe the porridge dripping from her mouth. His finger touched her soft lips. A tingling sensation seemed to spread from the tip of his finger. Just then, the phone that was placed aside suddenly rang. Gu Jingze put down the bowl and looked at the phone. It was a call from Mo Huiling. Gu Jingze glanced at Lin Che, picked up the phone, and walked out to answer it. Lin Che was stunned. Looking at the door close, she thought that she didn't need to think to know who was calling. Gu Jingze picked up the phone and heard Mo Huiling's worried voice. Jingze, why didn't you come last night? You didn't pick up the phone. The phone did ring once last night, but Lin Che was still unconscious at that time. Gu Jingze was worried that it would wake her up, so he asked Qin Hao to take the phone out. Hearing Mo Huiling's angry voice, Gu Jingze said, something happened last night, so I didn't go. I don't care what happened to you, Gu Jingze. Yesterday was my birthday. How could you let me wait for you there alone for so long? Mo Huiling started to cry. Gu Jingze, I don't care. Gu Jingze knew that Mo Huiling loved to cry. Hearing her cry, he couldn't help but think that Lin Che actually didn't love to cry. She was in so much pain yesterday that her teeth were chattering. She thought she was going to die, but she didn't shed a single tear. Gu Jingze said, something happened yesterday, so I didn't go. I'm sorry, Huiling. We'll talk about the details next time we meet. Will you come to see me tonight? Huiling's voice weakened. Gu Jingze thought for a moment. I'm afraid not today. Chapter 29. Mo Huiling was so angry that she hung up the phone. Gu Jingze listened to the beeping sound of the phone and paused for a while. Seeing that the doctor had arrived, he followed him into Lin Che's ward. The doctor examined Lin Che. The wound on her leg had recovered well and she would be able to walk soon. Gu Jingze watched from the side. When he went out to answer the phone, Lin Che had already finished her meal. At this time, he was still discussing with the doctor whether the room here was really beautiful. She was so heartless. Gu Jingze looked at the scar and said to the doctor, can the scar on her leg be removed? The doctor said to Gu Jingze respectfully and carefully, it depends on the person's physique. Madam doesn't have any scars on her body, so I don't think she's a scar type. Maybe she'll recover well, but such a deep scar will leave some marks. When he stitched the wound, he purposely used a non-scar suture method. However, the wound still looked hideous at this moment. Gu Jingze didn't like scars on her body. Looking at her wound, he frowned and said, I hope my wife doesn't have any scars on her body. Find the best doctor and think of a solution. The doctor's face darkened and he nodded quickly. Seeing that the doctor had left, Lin Che looked up and said to Gu Jingze, it looks like there will be some scars, but it's okay. If you're filming, you can just cover it with powder. Gu Jingze looked at her deeply. No, if it doesn't work here, I'll find the best doctor in the world to treat you. He won't let you have any scars. Looking at his serious expression, Lin Che felt a little warm in her heart. She smiled at him and said, why? You don't like me because I have scars on my body. Really, a wife who has gone through thick and thin together can't leave the hall. Do you hear me? No matter how ugly I am, you can't despise me. Gu Jingze was speechless. He looked at Lin Che and said, don't worry. I won't dislike you. I just don't want to see scars on your body. He didn't want to see her get hurt, especially because of him. Looking at Lin Che in the striped hospital gown, he felt even more uncomfortable when he thought of her fair and flawless skin that had such a big scar because of him. Lin Che moved slightly. He looked at him and said, or do you feel guilty when you see it? Gu Jingze glared at her. What are you thinking? However, he did feel a little guilty. Lin Che said, I really feel guilty. Treat me better in the future. Just don't throw me out for no reason. Gu Jingze was stunned. He remembered that he had thrown her at the door that day. Wasn't it because her mouth was too lousy, which made him angry? Ever since he was born, he had never met a woman who was as bold as her and dared to speak to him in such a manner. However, as he looked deeply at Lin Che, he still quietly said a single word. All right. Lin Che raised his head in surprise and looked at Gu Jingze. He was in a trance for a moment. What did he just say? Gu Jingze averted his gaze, lowered his head, and put away the medicine the doctor brought for her. He began to pour water for her to take the medicine. On the first day, Lin Che's wound still hurt a little. But because the hospital had already given him the best medicine, he didn't feel as bad anymore. At night, it was time for Lin Che to sleep. She looked at Gu Jingze and narrowed her eyes as she asked, what are you going to do at night? Gu Jingze said, you don't have to worry about me. I'll just sit here. Lin Che said, why don't you go back to sleep? No need. I'll watch over you here. Gu Jingze felt that she would be too lonely if he left her here alone. After all, unlike other people who had a group of family members around them, she only had him as her husband. Lin Che said, there's really no need. Why don't you find a place to sleep outside? Gu Jingze said, no, there are a lot of equipment here at night. You need someone to watch over you too. I'll be fine here. Ah. Then. Lin Che was a little touched. She looked at Gu Jingze and then at her bed. The beds in the VIP ward were much bigger than the normal ones. She thought for a moment and patted her bed. Why don't you come up and sleep? The bed is big enough. Gu Jingze's eyes flashed imperceptibly as he looked at the spot where she patted. A feeling of delight flashed across his heart. He didn't feel repulsed at all. Seeing that he didn't refuse or agree, Lin Che said, why? Are you afraid that I'll pounce on you? You might as well put the pillow in the middle. The bed is so big that it can be spread out. Gu Jingze frowned slightly. Okay. It's decided then. Rest early. Seeing that he really agreed, Lin Che quickly moved to the side to make room for him. Gu Jingze tidied up briefly before getting onto the bed. The two of them slept on one side with a pillow in the middle. However, Lin Che overestimated her ability. Even though she was lying down, she felt that she could faintly feel the breath of the man next to her, even though the person next to her seemed to be asleep and not moving at all. Luckily, with the help of the medication, she finally fell asleep after a while. Gu Jingze felt that the person next to him was no longer turning over and her breathing had gradually subsided. He knew that she was probably asleep. Sighing, he turned over and prepared to sleep too. However, just as he was about to fall asleep, a leg suddenly landed on his body. Gu Jingze's eyes darkened. Did Lin Che's leg not hurt anymore? Even if she was injured, it wouldn't affect her sleeping posture. To avoid touching her wound, he grabbed her slender thigh and carefully pushed it over. However, in the next moment, a soft arm landed on it again. Gu Jingze thought. He knew that unless there was a knife in the middle, nothing would be able to stop this woman who liked to move around. He carefully grabbed her arm, turned his head and gently put it back. But he was looking at her face, which was sleeping peacefully. Her red lips were tender and beautiful. This woman with strong vitality seemed to be completely different from the woman who was on the verge of death yesterday. She quickly recovered her vitality. At this moment, she moved forward. Gu Jingze paused. He felt that her lips were already in front of him. As long as he moved slightly, he would be able to touch her soft red lips. The moist touch made his whole body tremble. A wave of electricity passed through his body. He stared at her mouth and suddenly felt his mouth go dry. However, she started moving again. Her small lips directly rubbed against his lips. A wave of heat made Gu Jingze frown completely. Lin Che, are you playing with fire? A dangerous warning came from his thin lips. If you dare to move around recklessly again, I dare you. However, it was clear that Lin Che didn't hear his hoarse voice at all. Chapter 30. Gu Jingze's heart skipped a beat. He looked at her lips. They were perfectly shaped, moist, tender, and moist. The red flesh of a fruit was a little tempting. He tilted his head and moved closer. However, just as he moved closer, the pair of large, calm eyes suddenly opened. His cold face froze on the spot as he looked at Lin Che's hazy eyes. She rubbed her eyes in a daze. For a moment, she felt that the distance between them was a little ambiguous. The effects of the drug made her unable to think clearly. You. Puzzled, she looked at his sexy lips that were curled up in front of her. She felt an itch in her heart. Sleep well. He coughed dryly and covered her eyes. After a while, her breathing became even again. And Gu Jingze turned his head away, not looking at the woman next to him again. But when he closed his eyes again, he could still feel her arm on his chest. He frowned. But he seemed to be getting used to her continuous attacks. After a while, he fell asleep. The next day, when Lin Che woke up, Gu Jingze was long gone. Gu Jingze didn't bring her breakfast until she finished washing up. Lin Che's leg was no longer painful. She was in a good mood. She looked at Gu Jingze and said, I told you that you could sleep like that last night. You look much better now. Gu Jingze only looked at her quietly. He didn't say anything about how she lay on his body and drooled on his neck when he woke up in the morning. Now that he thought about it, he still felt an itch on his neck. The doctor quickly came to change Lin Che's dressing. The wound seemed to have healed a lot, but the scar was still ugly. Gu Jingze didn't look well. Doctor, when will my wife's leg be completely healed? Hearing Gu Jingze's deep voice, the doctor said hurriedly, this will take. Before he could answer, Gu Jingze's phone rang. Gu Jingze looked at it. It was Mo Huiling. He still wanted to listen to the doctor. He hung up the phone. Seeing this, the doctor continued, but just then, the phone rang again. Gu Jingze looked at the phone impatiently. Mo Huiling's name kept flashing. On the other end, Lin Che raised his head and said, Gu Jingze, let's talk after you're done with the call. Gu Jingze's face froze. He looked at Lin Che and walked out with his phone. When he picked up the phone, he sounded a little impatient. Huiling, what's the matter? Mo Huiling pouted coquettishly over the phone, why did you hang up on me just now? Gu Jingze was still thinking about the doctor's words. He said on the phone, I was busy just now. What's wrong? Mo Huiling said, you didn't come to my birthday and you didn't leave me after that. Jingze, what's wrong with you? Gu Jingze thought of her birthday. She had a car accident that day, so she didn't go. After that, she had been taking care of Lin Che. I'm just busy these days. Gu Jingze didn't tell Mo Huiling because it hadn't been announced to the public yet. I'm sick. Aren't you going to come and see me? Mo Huiling complained. You're sick? Gu Jingze asked. Mo Huiling choked and said, I want you to come and keep me company. I don't care what you're busy with. Jingze, I won't get better if you don't come and see me. I feel like I'm dying now. Was it that serious? To the extent that she was about to die. After Gu Jingze returned to the ward, he said to Lin Che, something happened to Huiling. I have to go and take a look. Lin Che was stunned. She looked at him and nodded. Oh, go ahead. There are so many people here watching. It'll be fine. Gu Jingze nodded and looked at her deeply. He walked over, reached out to tuck her in the blanket and straightened her leg. I'll ask someone to come and watch you. You're not sleeping well. Don't touch your wound, he said. Lin Che said in surprise, how is it not sleeping well? Gu Jingze remembered what happened at night. He snorted at her and said, you almost went to heaven. You're not sleeping well. Anyway, be careful. If you touch it again and bleed, you can't keep your leg. Alright, stop nagging. Hurry up and find Miss Mo, isn't she in a hurry? Hearing her words, Gu Jingze thought she was right. He nodded and went out. He drove for half an hour to Mo Huiling's house. Mo Huiling's room was like a princess's room. She lay under the blanket and listened to the movements outside. She seemed to have heard the sound of the car and quickly looked at her clothes. Gu Jingze soon walked in and saw Mo Huiling lying on the bed. Half of her body was exposed. Although she was sick, she still had makeup on her face. Her silk pajamas covered half of her body. Her eyes were like silk, and she looked very charming. Gu Jingze was stunned. He looked at her lying there and snorted softly. Jingze, you won't be able to see me if you don't come. Gu Jingze hurried over. Why are you sick? Knowing that he was coming, Mo Huiling specially got someone to tidy up the room, sprayed fresh perfume, and chose a set of sexy pajamas for herself. Her body, which had just taken a shower, was a little delicate. Looking at him tenderly, she said bitterly, I don't know, I just know. That day when you didn't come, I cried the whole night. Later, I couldn't eat anymore. The family found a lot of doctors, and they all said they didn't know what was wrong. I felt that I was definitely going to die. She wasn't going to die. Lin Che was the one who had almost died. Gu Jingze couldn't help but think of Lin Che. He looked at Mo Huiling and said angrily, Huiling, I didn't go to your birthday party that day because something happened and I couldn't leave. Moreover, it was a matter of life and death. I couldn't care about anything else. I shouldn't have come when you suddenly called me here, but you said you were sick. But she wasn't really sick. He felt that Mo Huiling was really immature this time. Mo Huiling saw that Gu Jingze was really angry. In the past, he couldn't even bear to say harsh words to her. He didn't think that it had anything to do with Lin Che. Her eyes turned. She felt that the matter he had to deal with must be very serious. That was why he was so angry. She burst into tears and said to him, "Jingze, I don't know if you're okay. I'm just too worried about you and I love you too much, so I'm too sad. You can tell me if there's anything, but you don't know that I cried the whole night and kept calling you, but I couldn't get through." Seeing that Mo Huiling was crying and her words were really touching, Gu Jingze's heart softened. He lowered his voice and said to her, "All right, I'm sorry, Huiling. I was too anxious, so I was too harsh. I didn't handle it well that day and made you worry." Mo Huiling was still crying non-stop. Gu Jingze could only pat her shoulder. "All right, Huiling, I'm sorry. I mean it." Seeing that he was apologizing sincerely, Mo Huiling thought that he really couldn't bear to see her cry. She bit her lower lip and said pitifully, "It's good that you know." Chapter 31. Gu Jingze looked at her with a smile, but he knew that he would get a rash if he touched her, so he had no desire to touch her. However, he still felt uncomfortable all over as if he was about to get a rash. He looked at her with a frown. "Did you do something? Why do you feel uncomfortable?" Mo Huiling froze for a moment and said, Here. I put on some perfume." Gu Jingze looked at her with a sigh. "Huiling, if you want me to come to see you, you can just tell me. But how can you say that you're sick?" Gu Jingze knew that she was pretending to be sick the moment he came in, so he asked her in a low voice. Mo Huiling was surprised that he had found out. Biting her lip, she said, "I just thought that you didn't want to see me, so I—" Gu Jingze looked down and found that he indeed had a rash. Mo Huiling saw that Gu Jingze was looking at the room with disdain, so she said immediately, "Let's go out and have a seat." Fortunately, she had chosen a very beautiful pajamas. She stood up and moved herself gracefully. Gu Jingze looked down at her and thought that she was wearing a revealing outfit, but he didn't say anything. He smiled at her and went out. Gu Jingze knew that Mo Huiling looked sexy in this outfit, but he knew that he would get a rash if he touched her, so he didn't feel anything when he looked at her. Mo Huiling was a bit disappointed that Gu Jingze didn't even look at her, but she got used to it. She thought that he was always like this. Ever since he got sick, he had lost interest in women. If he wasn't interested in her, he wouldn't be interested in Lin Che either. She said to Gu Jingze, "Have some food with me before you go back." Gu Jingze said, "Okay. I came here without eating anything." Hearing Gu Jingze's concern when he heard that she was sick, Mo Huiling smiled happily. "Okay. I'll ask someone to make steak. You have to make up for my candlelight dinner at home." However, a servant came over and said, "Miss, there's a power outage at home. We can't make food." Mo Huiling yelled angrily, "How could this happen? Call and ask them to make it for me immediately." The servant said awkwardly, "Miss, the whole half-city has a power outage. It said that the circuit was damaged during maintenance, and it's still being repaired." Mo Huiling was really angry. How could she be so unlucky? Finally, Gu Jingze came. They had dinner and drank some wine together. Maybe he was too tired and could stay here. Now that he was going home, Mo Huiling felt uncomfortable. She remembered that his wife was still living in that house. Gu Jingze said, "Forget it, Huiling, don't make things difficult for them." He really hadn't eaten anything and was hungry. After thinking for a moment, he said to the helper, "If there's an alcohol stove, I'll buy some instant noodles." When the helper heard this, her eyes widened in surprise. Mo Huiling too, said in surprise, you want to eat instant noodles. Gu Jingzi said, yeah, Huiling instant noodles taste good once in a while. Then he said to the servant, go and buy some instant noodles. The servant didn't dare to delay and hurried out. Mo Huiling looked at Gu Jingzi hesitantly. Why did you suddenly think of eating this? Gu Jingzi said, it's really delicious. You'll know after you try it. Of course, Mo Huiling didn't want to eat that kind of junk food. How could people of their status eat it casually? However, since Gu Jingzi said so, she couldn't refuse. She watched as the helper quickly brought the instant noodles in and cooked them. After a while, the pungent smell came out. It was so pungent that it covered the expensive perfume on her body. This made her feel even more disgusted. She frowned and watched as the noodles were served. Although they were decorated, they still looked disgusting. Gu Jingzi saw that they were cooked very much like Lin Che that day and his appetite was whetted. When he sat down, he slowly became angry. Mo Huiling was surprised to see him eating so happily. However, when she looked at it herself, she still found it hard to swallow. For people of their status, instant noodles were not as delicious as spaghetti. Gu Jingzi ate half a bowl and noticed that Mo Huiling only ate 2 mouthfuls. He raised his head and said, why? Is it not delicious? Mo Huiling couldn't hide the disgust on her face. Jingzi, this is junk food. Don't you want to eat it? It's not good for your health and it's so dirty. Gu Jingzi's appetite instantly disappeared. He looked at Mo Huiling. Although he knew that she was talking about instant noodles, he felt that she was saying that Lin Che was dirty. Unknowingly, he was talking about instant noodles and Lin Che together. He was a little unhappy, but he didn't show it. He knew that he couldn't force Mo Huiling to like something she didn't like, but he was a little disappointed. He didn't expect her to not like it. He only said, it's fine if you don't like it. I know it's not very healthy. He could understand that Mo Huiling was like him. She had received a noble and elegant education since young, so she couldn't get used to instant noodles. At this moment, seeing that Mo Huiling was fine, he stood up and said, I'm full. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Lin Che was still in the hospital. He could leave for a while during the day, but she was too restless when she slept at night. He didn't trust others to watch her. If she hurt her wound, the scar would become bigger. For a girl, it was too ugly. Moreover, her skin was so beautiful. It was as white as snow, and he couldn't bear to have any blemishes on it. Are you so busy? Mo Huiling looked at Gu Jingzi reluctantly. Gu Jingzi looked at her pitiful expression and was a little hesitant. However, when he thought of Lin Che, he was determined to go back. Huiling, I'll accompany you after you're busy for a while. Seeing that he was so determined, Mo Huiling knew that he couldn't change his mind. She could only pout and send him out. After Gu Jingzi left, Mo Huiling looked back at the 2 bowls of noodles and said to the servant fiercely, who bought the instant noodles, throw them all away. How could you buy such dirty things at home? It stinks. Clean up the room. I don't want to smell it anymore. Gu Jingzi said. Lin Che had nothing to do in the hospital. She glanced at the television and watched the news in the entertainment industry. She saw that Gu Jingyu was being interviewed. She said that their TV series was still filming. She had applied for a few days' leave because of her injury. Unexpectedly, the crew gave her the leave without any hesitation. Seeing that the TV series was still in full swing, she was very anxious. She wanted to go back and participate in the filming as soon as possible. This was an important opportunity for her, and she wouldn't give it up. Just as she was thinking, Gu Jingzi came back. Seeing that Lin Che was watching TV, he walked in and said, have you had dinner? Lin Che replied. Seeing that he looked refreshed, she thought that he must have come back from seeing Imo wheeling. However, she didn't say it out loud. I've eaten and taken my medicine. That's good. The doctor said that I can be discharged tomorrow and go home to recuperate, she said. Gu Jingzi frowned. Really? I think you should observe for a few more days. The doctor said so too, but Lin Che wanted to go back and film as soon as possible. Mrs. Gu could only live for a few more years. Who knew when she would get a divorce? She had to stand up on her own. Everyone, please give me some encouragement. Recommendation votes, comments, and even a footprint can make me work hard. Chapter 32. Lin Che said, "It's okay. It's just a small injury." Gu Jingzi's face darkened. You almost died. It's not a small injury. Lin Che said indifferently, I almost died because the artery was moved. I almost died for a moment. As long as it's healed, everything else will be fine. There are no important organs in the thigh anyway. Gu Jingzi looked at her darkly. After a while, he said unhappily, whatever. The body is yours anyway. With that, Gu Jingzi turned and left. Lin Che blinked. She didn't think there was anything wrong with that. She lay down and continued watching TV. The next day, Lin Che was discharged from the hospital and went home. Gu Jingzi carried her into the car. Lin Che looked at the wheelchair and found it interesting. It was her first time sitting in such a thing. Seeing that Gu Jingzi was going to carry her, she quickly said, Hey, don't move. I'll take a picture. She took a picture of her wheelchair and adjusted it so that she could take a picture of the patient's gown. Gu Jingzi frowned. What's there to take a picture of? Lin Che looked up and shook her head. You don't understand. You have to pretend to be pitiful when you're in the hospital to win sympathy. Gu Jingzi was puzzled. What was there to win sympathy? Lin Che tried again and felt that something was wrong. She thought for a moment and asked the butler to move aside. Your car is such a good prop. Why don't I use it? Gu Jingzi's eyes flickered slightly. He looked at her suspiciously as she changed her position to take a picture of the back view of the Porsche behind the wheelchair. She used the photo app on her phone to take a picture and said, This way, it won't be too deliberate and won't be seen by others. Hey, Gu Jingzi, you don't know, right? It looks like I'm trying to gain sympathy, but I'm actually showing off that I'm sitting in a Porsche, understand? Gu Jingzi stood there speechlessly, looking at this vain woman. Then, she added a layer of filters to the photo to make it look like it was taken on film. Satisfied, she posted it on Weibo. He noticed that she wrote, I'm finally discharged. The hospital has been torturous these days. Thank you for your efforts. The picture below was of her lower body in a wheelchair, and the obvious Porsche behind it. Gu Jingzi shook his head. How boring, what are you posting this for? He asked. Lin Che raised his head and said, Should I show off on Weibo? Oh right, I'll post it on my Moments too. After posting it on WeChat Moments, she asked Gu Jingzi to get her into the car. As the car started, she kept checking her Weibo and WeChat Moments. Soon, she saw someone leaving a comment on her WeChat Moments. Why are you all in wheelchairs? Did you get injured while filming? How pitiful. Rest well. Lin Che said to Gu Jingzi, These people are idiots. They didn't even notice my car. Look at this person and they noticed it. Sure enough, there was a comment below saying, I found a sugar daddy. Isn't that a Porsche? Lin Che laughed heartily, feeling very pleased with himself. See? Gu Jingzi's face darkened. Lin Che said, do you think they'll really think that I'm a sugar daddy when they see me flaunting like this? Gu Jing's face darkened. He was not an old man. Lin Che pinched his chin and thought for a while before saying, but doesn't that mean they can see it at home? I have Lin Li's WeChat at home. Sure enough, Lin Li also left a comment after a while. Is that a Porsche? Lin Che, what the hell are you doing? Lin Che snorted and ignored her. He said proudly, I don't know if she can see that this Porsche is worth tens of millions. It's like heaven and earth compared to that lousy BMW of hers. Lin Che went to check Weibo again, but there were no replies. Gu Jingzi said, what's the point of doing this? Lin Che said, of course. I used to watch others show off, but I can finally show off today. Gu Jingzi said, what's there to show off? As far as I know, the Lin family isn't poor. You should have seen a lot of them. Lin Che said, it's not mine. My dad is very stingy with me. In the past, he drove Lin Li and the others to school in his Benz, and I went to school in the nanny's scooter. Gu Jingzi frowned as he watched her casually scroll through Weibo. Do many people watch this? He asked. Lin Che shook her head. No. I'm a certified actor, but I'm not famous. I only have 2,000 followers. Hee hee. But one day, I'll make my followers reach 1 million, 2 million, or even 10 million. Just like Mu Firen, there will be tens of thousands of comments when I post on Weibo. Gu Jingzi looked at her ambitious face and shook his head. Then I wish you success in advance. I'll succeed, she said as she raised her fists with determination. Gu Jingzi couldn't help but smile. He shook his head and looked ahead. After returning home, Lin Che felt much better. Staying in the hospital and looking at the equipment in the ward wasn't good for her mood, especially when she thought about how much it cost to stay in the VIP ward. Seeing that she seemed to be fine, Gu Jingzi went to work the next day. Seeing that Gu Jingzi had left, Lin Che insisted on going to the set. Steward who wanted to stop him, but Lin Che said hurriedly, no, it's been a few days. If I don't go now, the crew might not want me anymore. Steward who had no choice but to secretly ask someone to keep an eye on her. When Lin Che arrived at the set, she was still in a wheelchair. The set was very lively. The crew didn't find it difficult for her to ask for leave, but when they saw her suddenly coming back in a wheelchair, someone came over and asked with concern, what happened? I saw your Weibo post. Why are you in the hospital? Lin Che said simply, I got into a car accident. Luckily, my leg is injured, but I'm fine. Everyone comforted her and asked her to rest more. You don't have to come when you're in a wheelchair. Lin Che said, no, I can also shoot upper body or sitting scenes. I'll do it if I can, in case the crew can't catch up. Hearing her say this, the assistant director smiled and said, okay, you're really dedicated. I'll tell the director to let you participate in the shoot. Lin Che thanked him. Just as she finished speaking, she heard a sinister voice behind her, you have Weibo? Why haven't we followed each other? It was Gu Jingyu who had appeared behind her. Lin Che was shocked. She looked at Gu Jingyu and said, I followed you, but you didn't follow me. He had so many fans. How could he have noticed her? Gu Jingyu asked her what her name was. I followed you. Lin Che looked at him in surprise. Really? Gu Jingyu rarely followed people. There were only about 20 people in his follow list. Lin Che quickly told him her name. He found it and immediately paid attention to it. Chapter 33. Then, Lin Che saw that he was following Gu Jingyu on his Weibo. His mood instantly became better. She clicked into Gu Jingyu's Weibo and saw that he had 20 million followers. A random post had tens of thousands of comments. He was indeed an A-lister. When she returned to her Weibo, she saw a notification that thousands of people were following her Weibo. She knew that they saw Gu Jingyu following her and followed him. He came over and even left a comment under Lin Che's Weibo, saying, "Is it an actor who has been filming with our Jingyu recently? Please help take care of our Jingyu. Our Jingyu has a bad stomach, so you have to watch him eat." Lin Che finally understood what an A-lister meant. Lin Che said, "Wow, I'm benefiting from it. I have almost 10,000 followers." Gu Jingyu patted his chest decisively. "Yeah, now you know the benefits of following me. Pay more attention to me in the future." Of course. I've always been paying attention to you." Gu Jingyu looked at her. "Forget it. Do you know what I had for breakfast? What time did I go to the bathroom? What car did I drive here?" Lin Che didn't know how to answer. "How would I know? You're purposely making things difficult for me." Gu Jingyu looked up and pointed at the crew not far away. "Ask anyone and they'll know." Humph. Lin Che looked awkward. That was too perverted. Gu Jingyu reached out and patted her head. "Pay more attention to me in the future. Do you hear me? I'll let you off this time since you're a patient." "Yes." Superstar Gu. Lin Che thought that the men of the Gu family were all hard to please. Soon, Lin Che finished all the scenes and it was already late at night. When Lin Che said goodbye to the crew and left, he saw Lin Li coming out too. She saw Lin Che and was about to walk over when Gu Jingyu walked to Lin Che's wheelchair. Lin Li was stunned. Seeing that Gu Jingyu took the initiative to talk to Lin Che, her face immediately turned pale. She turned around and left in anger. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingyu, who came over again. He didn't notice that when Gu Jingyu came over, everyone was looking at him strangely. Gu Jingyu looked down at her wheelchair. "You're going back?" "Yeah. I'll drive you." No need. It's on my way. Let's go." As Gu Jingyu spoke, he didn't wait for Lin Che to refuse. He raised his head and asked someone to prepare the car. Once in the car, she asked Lin Che, "Where do you live?" Lin Che looked at him speechlessly. "You don't even know where my house is, and you're saying it's on the way." Gu Jingyu was stunned. Lin Che wasn't that stupid sometimes. That's why, when you pay attention to someone, no matter where they live, it's on the way. That's what paying attention to you is, understand? As he spoke, he patted her head again. "Hurry up and tell me where you live." Lin Che had no choice but to tell them the address. Hearing this, Gu Jingyu asked curiously, "I didn't expect you to live in such a high-class place. Cars aren't allowed in there." Lin Che said, "Just leave it at the door. I'll get someone to push me in." Gu Jingyu said, "All right. I know someone there, so it's not convenient for me to go in. You can go in yourself." Soon, the car arrived at the entrance. He personally pushed her down and escorted her to the door before leaving. Lin Che was a little embarrassed. She waved at him and quickly went in. Gu Jingze wasn't home yet. Lin Che sat on the sofa. The family doctor had already changed her dressing and said that because she was young, her wound was recovering very quickly. Lin Che was feeling proud of herself when she heard the phone ring. It was Yu Minmin who called. Lin Che quickly picked up the phone and said, "Sister Yu, what's up?" Yu Minmin said, "Hey, Lin Che, are you dating Gu Jingyu?" "What?" Lin Che felt as if she had heard a fantasy story. How could that be? "No." Yu Minmin said, "There was a breaking news report just now. They said that you and Gu Jingyu are dating. What's going on? Lin Che didn't expect it. After putting down the phone, she quickly looked at the news on her phone. Indeed, she was on the news. There was a photo of the two of them chatting and sending her home. The reporter said that Lin Che was a newcomer in the crew and that Gu Jingyu had always treated her very well. This was true, but the rest was pure nonsense. The article said that Gu Jingyu and she followed each other on Weibo. It seemed that they interacted frequently because Gu Jingyu never followed anyone easily. Of all the actors in the crew, he only followed her. He didn't even follow Mu Firen, who acted as a couple with him. Moreover, the reporter had taken many photos of the two of them chatting and Gu Jingyu sending Lin Che home. Lin Che looked at the report, which was so convincing that he was dumbfounded. These reporters were too good at reading pictures. They could come up with so many stories to write about just a few pictures. Although she knew that it was worth a lot of money to write an article about Gu Jingyu, it was too irresponsible of her to do so. Lin Che hurried to the office. As soon as she entered the wheelchair, she saw Yu Minmin coming out. You're going to be famous this time. A lot of reporters came to ask about you. Lin Che said with a sad face, really? I just saw that I was scolded badly on Weibo. Many fans came to her Weibo crying and screaming. The number of fans on Weibo increased a lot overnight, but they were all anti-fans. Recently, there were tens of thousands of comments scolding her on Weibo, saying that she was using Gu Jingyu to create hype. And the depressing thing was that Lin Che had always been in a passive position. Yu Minmin looked at Lin Che for a while and asked, if you're really in a relationship with Gu Jingyu, you can tell us. The company didn't say that you're not allowed to be in a relationship. Lin Che hurriedly begged, Sister Yu, please let me go. I really didn't. We're really close, but we're just talking about filming. He sent me home because my legs are not good tonight. We just followed each other on Weibo today, and he happened to see my Weibo post, so he followed me because he was embarrassed. Yu Minmin heard it and felt that there was nothing untrustworthy about it. But she thought for a while and looked at Lin Che. Then. Gu Jingyu isn't chasing after you, right? What? Lin Che was stunned. Sister Yu, don't joke with me, okay? How is that possible? Yu Minmin rolled her eyes and said to Lin Che, you don't know this, but Gu Jingyu rarely has a good relationship with people in the crew, let alone women. Really? But I think he's quite a good person and he's very upright. We're really just talking about filming. Sometimes we talk about other things, but I definitely don't have any improper thoughts about him. She didn't want to say that she was already a married woman. Who would she have improper thoughts about? Especially when Gu Jingyu was her brother-in-law. Chapter 34. Yu Minmin said, all right then. Anyway, it's already like this. The company will think of a way to deal with it for you. But you have to be careful and don't go out too often. Lin Che sighed and said, everything was fine, but I ended up in this. Yu Minmin smiled and said, people can't even beg for it. You're already in the headlines because of your scandal with Gu Jingyu. Isn't it great that you're famous before the show? Sister Yu, you didn't see those people who scolded me. She looked at her comments. Those people saw her selfie and said that it was ugly. They said that she had gone through too much plastic surgery and wasn't worthy of their Gu Jingyu. It was so infuriating. Sister Yu said, perhaps this is a publicity stunt created by your TV series production team. After your TV series started filming, there would be waves of promotions to build up momentum for the future. Perhaps they were the ones who created this. Lin Che was speechless and said, why didn't they tell me in advance? Sister Yu replied, of course they won't. Besides, even if you ask them, they won't admit to it. The relationship between the production team and our company has always been one of mutual benefit. Why would they talk about morality with you? Even if I tell you, what if you don't cooperate? Alright, that's all for now. Go back and rest. Hearing this, Lin Che had no choice but to agree. He was ready to go back and adapt to the situation. When she got home, she didn't work for a few days. Once she got busy, she was so tired that she collapsed on the bed and didn't want to move. When Gu Jingze came back, he saw Lin Che lying on the bed without a care in the world. Lin Che, why did you go to film? You haven't recovered yet. When Gu Jingze came back, housekeeper who reported that Madam insisted on filming. He had no choice but to secretly send people to follow Madam just in case. But they were servants and couldn't stop her. Gu Jingze went straight to the room to look for her. He saw her lying on the bed with her limbs spread out. One side of her DI pants was exposed. It was pink and had a lace edge. Gu Jingze's throat moved. He looked at her and frowned. Hey, can you be more careful while lying down? Lin Che said lazily, why should I be? It's tiring to watch my image in my own home. Gu Jingze looked around, picked up a blanket from the side, and directly put it on her body, covering her exposed body. Lin Che twisted her waist. What are you doing? It's so hot. Gu Jingze turned his head. If you want to seduce me, you should at least change into a pair of underwear. Lin Che was stunned. He lowered his head and saw that he was wearing a pair of casual home shorts. They were a little loose, and his DI pants were exposed. Blushing slightly, she quickly pulled up her pants and looked up, saying, what's wrong? It's not like I haven't seen it before. Gu Jingze smiled and moved closer to Lin Che. He looked at Lin Che's fair and rosy face and said, so what you're saying is that after seeing it, I can look at it whenever I want in the future. I didn't mean it that way. Lin Che hurriedly took a step back. Gu Jingze laughed even harder. Seeing her like this, he couldn't help but take another look at her. Seeing that the housekeeper seemed to have something to say at the door, he went out. Qin Hao was waiting at the door of the study. Gu Jingze walked over. What's up? Qin Hao looked embarrassed. He walked over hesitantly and carefully looked at Gu Jingze's expressionless face. Sir, there's a scandal about Madam. Gu Jingze paused and looked at Qin Hao. What scandal? As he spoke, he took the news and read it. However, she saw that it was reporting on Gu Jingyu's suspicious relationship. It described the love story between him and the newcomer Lin Che, who was in the same caste as him. It was very touching. Gu Jingze didn't usually pay attention to entertainment news, so he just saw it. However, Gu Jingyu and his wife, Qin Hao said, didn't Third Young Master and Madam shoot a fantasy TV series together? That's probably how they met. Gu Jingze lowered his head and said, put it down and go. Qin Hao hurriedly left the room. After resting, Lin Che curled up on the sofa in the living room and watched TV. She changed the channel and happened to see the news about her and Gu Jingyu. It said that Gu Jingyu was shooting a fantasy TV series and had attracted a lot of attention. However, what was surprising was that he didn't have sex with Mu Firen, the female lead. Instead, he was rumored to be with a newcomer. However, the reporter hadn't received a response from Gu Jingyu's company, so they weren't sure if it was true or not. Lin Che covered her forehead. What was the meaning of this? Was it degrading to be rumored with her? She was so angry that she changed the channel. Then, she heard a gloomy voice behind her. Why did you change the channel when you saw me? Gu Jingze, who was standing behind them, glanced at Lin Che and walked over. Lin Che said quickly, "Aw. Did you see this?" Gu Jingze looked gloomy. He looked at Lin Che deeply and sat down casually. He opened the newspaper and glanced at it. Yeah, what do you want to say? Lin Che quickly explained, I didn't do it on purpose. Some reporter made it up. It's impossible. I haven't known Gu Jingyu for long and I'm not familiar with him. Gu Jingze looked at her. Just a scandal. Lin Che didn't know what he meant, but she nodded quickly. She felt that Gu Jingze must be unhappy. Putting everything else aside, it was impossible for him to be happy about a scandal with Gu Jingyu. I'm sorry, Gu Jingze. I didn't do it on purpose. I know we're married. Although it's a contract marriage, we agreed to be responsible for each other. Your family might think too much if they saw this. I'm afraid you'll have to explain to them that it's just a publicity stunt. It has nothing to do with us. We don't even know how it got out. Gu Jingze's face darkened. His unfathomable eyes hid his expression, making it even more difficult to see through him. When Lin Che saw this, he hurriedly said, all right, I'll explain it to your family. I won't trouble you, and I didn't do it on purpose. I'll be more careful next time and try not to cause trouble for you as much as possible. The company is already handling this matter, and I believe that Gu Jingyu doesn't like scandals either, so he'll definitely try his best to handle it. You don't have to worry, no one will mention it again soon. Okay, I'm not angry. Isn't the entertainment industry like this? Gu Jingze stood up from the chair. However, he looked at her with a piercing gaze. It was deep and cold like an icicle. Then, he quickly walked upstairs without looking back. Wasn't he not angry? Lin Che sat there, feeling a little messy in the wind. Chapter 35. The doctor soon came to change Lin Che's dressing. After changing the dressing, Lin Che was supposed to go back to rest. However, when he entered the room, he didn't see Gu Jingze. She quickly stopped a servant and asked, Is your master busy? The servant said, Madam, sir has not come out of his study. Lin Che thought for a moment, then sat in his wheelchair and went to the study. Gu Jingze. She knocked on the door and said, Gu Jingze, what's wrong? Are you angry? However, there was no movement inside. Lin Che said, Didn't I say that I won't do it again? And I really didn't do it on my own accord. I'm also very curious as to how it became like this. What else do you want me to do? At this moment, the door opened. Gu Jingze looked at her. Who told you that I'm angry? However, the door was still closed with a whoosh. Lin Che was once again shut outside the door. Speechless, he said, You're still saying you're not angry, what a hypocrite. She had no choice but to push the wheelchair out. At this moment, he saw someone coming in from outside. It was a man in his 30s, dressed in a blue suit. She had never seen him before, so she looked a little confused. When the man saw her, he immediately smiled and walked over. Mrs. Gu, we finally meet. Hello. Lin Che was stunned. He pointed at himself and said, You know me. He had a smile on his face, and he looked very reliable and approachable. Mrs. Gu, I'm Mr. Gu's doctor. My name is Qin Yuxing. You can call me Dr. Qin. I believe Mr. Gu has mentioned me to you before. I didn't mention it. Lin Che said. Qin Yuxing continued to smile and said, All right, Mr. Gu is such a person. He's tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Actually, I'm important to him too. Lin Che didn't notice anything at all. She looked at Qin Yuxing sympathetically and comforted him. Yes, Gu Jingze is a little strange, but you'll get used to it. Qin Yuxing was still smiling. He looked very good-looking and sunny. But I've heard of you for a long time. It's my honor to meet Mrs. Gu today. Oh, by the way, what's wrong with Mr. Gu? Why aren't you outside? Lin Che said speechlessly, he can't be. He seems to be angry. Oh. If that's the case, then what exactly happened? Can you tell me first? Lin Che was still hesitant. As if sensing her dilemma, Chen Yuqing said, Mrs. Gu, don't worry. I'll know everything about Mr. Gu. You also know that he has been sick for many years. I've been tracking and researching his illness, so Mr. Gu usually tells me everything, no matter how big or small. Since he knew about his illness, he should be someone close to and trusted by Gu Jingze. Lin Che told him what had happened. After hearing this, Chen Yuqing wanted to laugh. He looked up as if he had thought of something. Lin Che said awkwardly, tell me, what should we do now? I'm thinking that he's so angry because he regrets marrying me. If it was Miss Mo, there wouldn't be so much trouble. If Miss Mo was with him, she would be very nice, very quiet, and wouldn't cause so much trouble. In comparison, he must miss Miss Mo more now. So when he sees me, he must be wondering why he married a troublemaker like me. Chen Yuqing chuckled and said, that's what you told him. Lin Che looked at Chen Yuqing. What else could I have said? Chen Yuqing shook his head speechlessly. I think it's normal for him to be angry. Lin Che said worriedly, if he's usually angry, how can he calm down? Chen Yuqing said, well, the only people who usually make him angry are the employees. I only know that if he fires someone, he should be able to calm down. Fire her. Wouldn't that mean a divorce? But I don't think we can get a divorce for the time being. Lin Che said, but this is indeed a little difficult for him. He has to explain to the Gu family, and the rumored partner is his brother. But I can't do anything about it. I said that if I explain it, it won't affect him, and the Gu family won't find out about our contract marriage. What else can I do? Chen Yuqing looked at her helplessly. Did you tell him the same thing just now? Yes, I was very sincere just now. Chen Yuqing looked at her, looking as if he had a long way to go. I think he's already treating you well by not strangling you to death. It wasn't that serious. Chen Yuqing said, Mrs. Gu, you continue to think of a solution here. I'll go and see how your husband is doing. Oh. Lin Che watched him go in, dazed. After an unknown period of time, Lin Che had already fallen asleep, but Gu Jingze was still awake. Lin Che was a little worried. She got up, moved to the wheelchair, and went to the study again. She knocked on the door and said, Gu Jingze, are you inside? Gu Jingze didn't make a sound. Lin Che thought about it gloomily. She lifted up her leg and looked at it. An idea came to her mind. Gu Jingze. My leg hurts. Where's the doctor? The door opened with a whoosh. Gu Jingze squinted his spectral eye. His brows were slightly furrowed, and his cold eyes made him look dangerous. But when he looked at Lin Che, he sized her up and asked, your leg hurts? Lin Che looked at him and quickly covered her thigh. Yeah, it suddenly hurts. I don't know what to do. Gu Jingze quickly squatted down and looked at her. She was wearing shorts, and the wound was still covered with gauze. She looked fine. He quickly reached out and pressed on it. Does it hurt here? Yes. It hurts. Gu Jingze looked up and seemed to sense that something was wrong. He squinted and said, does it really hurt? Of course. Don't you believe me? Lin Che quickly put on an act. She frowned and bit her lip. Ouch, it really hurts. Of course, Gu Jingze could tell that she was exaggerating and acting. But looking at the scar, he actually felt that he should go to the hospital for a checkup. What if it really hurt? He didn't want to take the risk. So he immediately stood up and said, "Wait. I'll make the arrangements. Let's go to the hospital." Ah. Lin Che saw that she was overacting. She wanted to stop him, but Gu Jingze had already gone in and picked up his phone. He quickly dialed a number and gave some instructions. When he came out, he said, "Let's go. We'll wait outside." He pushed Lin Che's wheelchair out. Soon, they were outside. Lin Che felt a gust of wind. Then, she saw a helicopter descend from the sky. It waved its huge propellers and slowly landed in the huge courtyard. Gu Jingze saw that she was cold. He took off his shirt and covered her body with it. Then, he carried her up from the wheelchair. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.